Hello, early birds. How we doing, friends? Yeah, that's right. Punt that damn kid. Am I so excited that the Blood Moon event was extended? You know, I'm excited. I'm excited for everybody that didn't get a chance to log in and claim. I'm not super excited for all of us that have been waiting for it to go away. I mean, it's not like we have two 12-hour streams coming up. Hi, Evie. Oh, yeah, it's back. Oh, yeah, it's back. And it's Break's birthday. Can we please get some happy birthdays for Break? Happy birthday, homie. I was just getting everything turned on. Apologies. Apologies. Was solo parenting today or tonight, so making sure I had everything in order. But I think we're good. Good enough. Good enough. But how are we doing, friends? Been solo parenting for 2 weeks. Ooh, isn't it fun? Listen, they're good little beans. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. I'm way cooler. Whatever. Yeah, that's what they all say. Whatever. Evie, thank you for the 36 months. Hey, how are you? How are we doing? Hey, how are you? Oh, Murphy, thank you for the 5. Hello. We're starting early. I know. I normally don't stream till 8:30 on Fridays. However, we have a long, there's a hair on my hat. We have a long weekend ahead of us. So I didn't want to, I might end a little earlier tonight. I guess we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure yet, but I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Frickin' bats. Love frickin' bats. Phoenix, thank you for the 25 months. Hi, friend. Hey, Partic, welcome in. How are you? Listen, as a nostalgic guy, this spoke to me. This spoke to me. Is the event over? No, that's why the title says Phasmo event extended. Hey, Vicky, thank you for the 9 months. Cozy, hello. How have your streams been, friend? How are you? No, I'm going to end at 0.02 seconds earlier. Out of spite. Out of spite. The altar was gone in the morning, but it came back this afternoon. Yep. How long? The weekend. They didn't give us a time. We did not see a time. So we'll see. Playing fast, Tanglewood trying to loop the ghost, and then I said, oh, it's slow. And then the thing starts sprinting, and I died. That's a good time. Munchies, how are you? For what? It's at 100%. The reason it's extended is so that people that didn't have the chance to claim it, the trophy, can claim it, which is fair. I absolutely agree with that part, because think about the amount of time that you actually had to claim the trophy. How long did we have? 3 days? Like, you had a 3-day window where you either get it or you don't. Right? Maggie, thank you for the 13 months. Hi, Shauna. Oh, Revy. Oh, that's why it was super slow. Oh, yeah, that would explain it. Yeah, worked so hard. I know. And that's been a lot of the feedback. If you guys ever go to the Phasmophobia channels, they have monthly feedback channels now, and you can see the one for November. And there's a lot of people that were just not very happy because they worked really, really hard on this event. And then God forbid you're away from your computer for 3 days and you don't get it. Yeah. Yeah. Should just give it automatically. Agreed. I agree with you. Yeah. You shouldn't have to hit an altar. It should have just, they should have said, you know what? We're just going to, if you have any blood points accumulated whatsoever, you're going to get it. Why not do it that way? Yeah. Hey, Crafty. Loving the vids. I appreciate it. Thank you, friend. You got me, man. We just work here. Portia, thank you for the 3 months. I just work here, man. But when I get word of how long it's extended for, like they said through the weekend, but I don't know how long that is. That could be, is it the weekend? Like my time, it ends at 10 a.m. Is it, and my time later in the evening? I don't know. Is that Royal? Hopefully they do that for the Christmas event. I don't know what they're planning for the Christmas event, man. Hi, Royal. UTC time? What would UTC time be? Would that be like 3 p.m. UTC? No, Zorp, shush your butt. No. I don't remember. I think it's 3 p.m. UTC. Phas feels weird without the red lobby. Have you opened Phasmo this evening by chance? You did. You don't have a red lobby? Hi, Promise. I'm good. How are you? How can I get used to other maps? I've been playing Tanglewood for like 2 years. Honestly, you just got to jump in. You just got to dive in. You got to go for it, man. Aliens, welcome in. Red for you. Yeah, I'm about to switch over right now. Yeah. Zach, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, dude. Yeah, we're loading up Phas right now. What's happening to your Phas? I don't know. I'm loading mine up right now. Wait, I don't hear the game at all. Oh, I bet I know why. I bet my shit reset again. I bet that's what it was. Hold on. Yep. That's exactly what it is. My stuff reset again. Sweet. Awesome. Great. Potato, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Pocket Problem, thank you for the 6. Oh my God. So many primes. Doc, thank you for the 16. Zach, thank you for the 5. Yeah. Yeah, the goo's back. Yeah, unfortunate. It's unfortunate it came back at the time that we're about to do 2 12-hour streams. Back to back. That's super unfortunate. But, I mean, silver lining, if you didn't get to claim the reward, you can claim it now. So, I mean, you have time. So I guess that's good for you. I guess. Little, thank you for the 6 months. Hello. It's like they knew. Which map would you advise me to get used to? If you've been playing Tanglewood a lot, if you want another one that is similar, I would go to Willow. One of the 12-hour streams this weekend, tomorrow, and Sunday. Yeah, tomorrow. Let me adjust the brightness in game so you can actually see stuff again, and then we'll swap over. Might have to adjust some settings again, but we're close enough. Crystal, hello. Yeah, you're stuck with me all weekend. Sucks to be you guys. All right. Oh, no. Ultra quality. My ass. You turn off right now. You turn off right now, damn it. Yeah, it did exactly what it did last time. That's gone. That's gone. My cursor is gone. Cursor size. Apply. There we go. Lucy! I hate you. Damn it. Such a nice thing to do with such a mean thing at the end of it. How dare you? Thank you for the biddies, friend. And yeah, they can. Yeah. Whatever, dude. Cardinal, hello. Yeah, it's back. It's back. If you guys have not claimed your rewards, if you have not, if you've done nothing in Phasmo, if you have not played the event a single second, you can log in right now and get the ID card and get the trophy. Might as well. Can watch the fight. Good luck to them. And you? Yeah, I've been so not interested in that fight so much. I could care less. Always see the videos on TikTok. Then I saw the Twitch. Didn't recognize the name. I was like, I know this guy. Hey, let's go. No idea, little. No clue. No clue. I don't want to watch some young, annoying kid fight a 60-year-old man. It's just not, doesn't interest me. Juju. I'm going to watch Flash fight the ghosties. That's right. That's right. Don't you know what you're talking about? Paul versus Tyson. Yeah. Got your beanie. And you love it? Let's go. Let's go. All right. We can prestige, but I don't want to do that yet. We're not going to do that quite yet. Here, I'll even put on the Blood Moon ID card. We don't want to do that quite yet. We're getting there, though. So here, let me see. Yeah, this all looks the same. But now you can see the new time. So Phasmo has decided to extend the event so that more people could collect the trophy. I agree that the amount of time that people could collect the trophy was so minimal. It was like 2 or 3 days you had. If you're away, it doesn't matter how much time you spent on the event. It doesn't matter. You couldn't claim it because you weren't there in time. So they extended it for 2 more days to allow people time to get it. So 2 days and 3 hours. So for us, for me, on my time, it's going to end at, shit, is that midnight? Yeah. So it's going to end Monday at 12 in the morning. Yeah. Viking, hello. Yeah, midnight for me. Midnight for me. But when you log back in, you'll see that they have brought it back. It is here again. And unfortunately, the sounds come with it. Super unfortunate. But you can get your trophy. The trophy is there. They can take it again. Just mute this stupid thing. Like, that's all I asked for. Mute this dumb thing. Mute it. We can't turn the volume off of this effing thing for 2 days? You know how much joy that would bring? Do you know how much joy? I know. Oh, Juju, no worries, friend. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Half Mountain, hello, friend. How are you? Okay, so we do have plans today, though. Could be because the console release. No, that's not why. No, it's just because we didn't reach it in time. So they lowered the Blood Moon count, the Blood Moon point count twice, and they extended the event twice. So I'm hoping that there was a learning process involved here of next time we won't do this. I don't know what the holiday event is going to be for Christmas. I hope it's not like this. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love the Blood Moon idea. Hate the fact that it's not in customs. Haven't heard why that is yet. That doesn't make any sense. I think it would be awesome to have the ability to actually choose the Blood Moon. You can't right now. When this event is over, you just have to hope that it shows up when you want to see it. And I believe it's like a 4% chance of showing up. Doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm still waiting to hear back as to why it is. There must be a reason. I would like to know why. Yeah, I would like to know why. So I think, by the way, what we're probably going to do first, you know, I was going to wait on this. We're not going to wait anymore. We're going to do Maple Lodge, and we're going to get this badge. If you play on Maple Lodge and Campsite, either or actually, 50 times, getting the ghost correct 50 times, you get the badge, the Ranger ID card. So that is what we are going to do now. I have to do one more, and I think we're going to do it at Maple Lodge. Maple Lodge. until we get it. So if I fail, well, then that's not going to be completed. Then we have to do it again. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys for the hype train. Appreciate your friends. Having the ability to customize the van. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I hate this chat. This one over here doesn't move. Having the ability to customize the van, and if you're in a public lobby, the host van, they accessorize it to show everybody in the lobby. Use in-game currency. Free because the game costs money to purchase items, sprays, spin in the van. Other ideas, the ability to add keychains onto equipment, flashlights. There's a lot of mixed ideas there. Half of that sounds like Rainbow Six Siege, with adding like the things that hang off of your weapons. The van, customizing the van, maybe my take on why I don't think they would do that. I think they would find that corny. I'm not saying it is corny. Please do not take it that way. But them, because they want it to be so realistic that they're going to say, well, if we add a bunch of paint skins and this and that, it's just too much. It's too much. I bet that's what they would say. And in some ways, I kind of agree that it would probably be too much. I think that this room should open up. We should be able to mess with this room. Did I hear Siege? Yeah, they were talking about having like equipment with tokens. I think it would be distracting. Hey, Riley, how are you? Hello, hello. Do I lose all my money if I prestige? Yep. Sure do. Hey, Dragon, welcome in. I think that would take this game further. Oh, you think mod support? Not yet. Not yet. Nah, man. They're not ready for that yet. No shot. Maybe one day. I would love to see it. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just not ready for it yet. I have a wild for a prestige. Yeah. Well, guess what? We are not. And I think we're going to do both today. I think I'm going to get the Ranger card today. I think we're going to prestige today. We're going to grind some levels today, because then I have all weekend where we can play a shite ton of Phasmo and I can level back up. So I think that's the idea. Because in the middle of the day tomorrow, I'm going to do viewer games, and then we're going to do it again on Sunday for like a chunk. So hopefully I can get at least back to like tier 2 by that time. Guessing the first one's going to be Yurei? You're probably right. What are the benefits of prestiging? By prestiging, you unlock a loadout slot. You get an ID card. Yep. Hey, Danny, I haven't been. I didn't do the method yet. But if I do experience it, I will do it. Yeah. Yeah. Michaela's birthday too. Happy birthday, Michaela. Bragging rights. Yeah. Yeah, it's been okay right now. Like for the last little bit. We'll see how it goes. All right. Maples. But you don't want to lose your tier 3 equipment? Well, guess what? You ain't got a choice. All right. Let's see. Extending the event again. Correct. Yeah. Well, there's many pros and cons. There's many pros and cons, I think, to this entire situation. Pros and cons. I think it's part of the learning process. Can I ask a question? You just did. It's part of the learning process, having the console and Steam at the same time, this many players at once. It's hard to say how they're going to react next. I guess we'll see. I'm hoping that the Christmas event has some sort of individual incentive. I'm really hoping, because if not, that sucks. They're going to get a lot of feedback on that. That's not going to be good. Not going to be good. Just let me shoot more snowmans. I just want something different. I don't want the same event. Some games only get one evidence. Is that normal? It just means that you're fighting to get the other evidence. That happens all the time. That happens all the time to us too. Shoot snowmans? Yeah. Last year we were able to build, I'll show you in a second here once I get this going. We were able to build a little snow gun to shoot snowballs, and you had to go around and shoot snowmen. Okay. Good, good, good. Good. If this system will be used for Christmas, I'm going to throw... We'll see, man. We'll see. I hope that they have something in mind. I know that they've been planning. I know that I saw on the Trello they've been working on it. It's in progress. I don't know what they're going to have in store. We've heard nothing. So you guys know as much as we know. Yep. Some evidence can be really stubborn. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Are you the main guy on Phasmo activities? I don't know what that means. When I started playing like, I started playing really close to release, but I only played for a very short while. Like I was not a horror streamer then. And then I didn't play for like a year. And then I've been playing ever since. So consistently for like 3 years. How long is the event extended for? The event is going to continue for 2 days and 3 hours and 48 minutes. So Eastern time, Sunday at midnight is how long you have. So they've extended it again. You have the opportunity to go get it. To go get it. All right, where the hell am I going? We don't want to go back over there. No. It's awful over there. When did they change it? Oh, they just did, man. They just announced it today. Yeah. No, Watts, I could care less. I could give a crap. Wish for it. Glad it could happen. There you go. Steph, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate you, friend. Appreciate you, friend. Boo, boo. Does Spirit Box depend on tier of the ghost shyness? Yeah. It depends on the ghost shyness, and it also depends if you're trying to post another streamer in chat or not. Yeah. Sorry. They tried to like post a Twitch link and then they asked a question, so I timed them out for 600 seconds. It just felt appropriate at the time. Purple Otter, hello. How are you? Chuck, thank you for the 2 years. Hi, Chuck. Phasmo 13, what's up, dude? Appreciate you. Boop, 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 boop. All right, I'm just about ready, and then we're going to go into Maple Lodge because I have a badge to earn. The Galaxy Quest music unlocked a core memory. You are extremely welcome. You are very, very welcome. Making you want to play Phasmo? Rock on. Rock on. Just about ready. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can do that long. I don't know if you can do 666. I don't know if it lets you. Yeah, that's okay. All right. We are going to do a nightmare game at Maple Lodge. I have one more game to go to unlock the Ranger badge. So we are going to go into Maple. Easy peasy. Get the badge. Get out. Dunzo. Let's do it. What made them decide to change it? To extend it? They extended it because people didn't have a long time to get the trophy. Whenever we actually completed the 3rd stage, people had like 2 days, maybe 3 to claim the trophy, which really sucks. So there's a lot of people that maybe played in the event, but didn't have weren't sitting there staring at the screens, waiting for for it to be done to be able to claim it. So last year, what we had was we had the event where you just do it on your time and you get the trophy when you're done. You know, it's gone for you. Oh, it ain't gone for me. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Precise Panda, thank you for the 6 months. Go get the Ranger badge. It's a nice one. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. I'm many much excited for it. Many much excited for it. All right, Lisa Kemper. We need to capture a photo, motion sensor, and rappel. And of course, It's snowing. So orbs are going to be so easy. Come on, bonus orbs on the dock, please. Please. Nothing? No? Okay. I think we're just going to walk around like normal and just see how it goes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Cold breath. Ghost is in the truck. Yeah. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm a liar. There's no reason to bring this thing right now. That's useless. We're going to bring this instead. Yep. We're going to bring this instead. Ghosty could give away where it is fairly easily. Depending where it is. So we'll take a lap. Check our spots for power. Oh, it's over there. I thought I heard, the reason I stopped it is I thought I heard water. I did not hear water. Can the campfire be lit in this snowy weather? Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Toe. What's up, homie? How you doing? All right, Ghosty is over here. Power must be over here. Yes. I was gonna say either here or over there, but thankfully it's right here. Not very far. Get the juice. Get the juice. Now the sucky part is the weather. I might go get motion sensors. That might be the way to go. I wonder if it's there or it's there. I don't know. We're about to find out. Get our power on. Save tow. Realster, welcome in. How are you? Drop that there. Yes, abstract. Yes, the event was extended. 2 days. 2 days. There you go, tow. There you go. Give you some reading material. Yep, there you go. All right. So let's get one of those over there. We're going to bring this. Oh, man, that's going to suck. How different is the temp really going to be? You know what? No. I changed my mind. What is the third thing in my hand? Crucifix? F that for now. We're going to take all 3 of these. I changed my mind. I change it. Hiscal, welcome in. How are you? Okay. Miss the old maple. Was that? Oh, I don't remember when the change was. Oh, God. I definitely don't remember that. That means it's just wandering around the middle area here somewhere. I can go get UV though and check the white tent. Hey Josh. What's up, Brody? When did they change maple? I don't remember exactly when. I don't remember. What's up, Luna? Cherry, welcome in. How are you? Gabby, thank you, friend. All right, we're going to get UV to check there. We're going to get a dot and this crucifix. Didn't they change it when they did one of the... You know, that might have been Carnival. Yeah. Yeah. Last year. I think you're right. Yep. We got to experience the revamped Maple at the same time as the Halloween event. Yeah. Tier 2 UV is better than Tier 3. No, it's not. All right. If it is phalanges, I have a feeling it's hiding it because I feel like we would have seen it. Tier 3 is better? Absolutely. Was that... What post was that? I got nothing. Whatever. Walking around this area, that's what matters. There. Check again. All right. Nothing again, so that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I think tier 2 is better. It is absolutely in the eyes of the beholder, my friend. You're going to like tier 2 stuff when I'm going to like tier 1. Some people are going to like tier 3. Oh, it's a rock. I was like, oh, excuse me, is that the boat? No, we're good. Merple Lurge. Yeah, the cauldron. Oh, I love that event. That event was so good. Last year's event was great. That's when we met this guy. That's when we met him. All right, let's get this over there. And I don't know if I've lost that much. Oh, gosh. Cursor. Cursor. Yep. There we go. I was like, my highlight cursor was completely missing. All right, we're good. So wrong. Hello. Could care less, Reaper. All right. This is going to be fun. Oh, I see you. Why is it so... We have orbs, though. We do have orbs. How the f am I supposed to check for freezing? Hey, are you cold? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Do it again. Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Okay, probably not. Okay. We know we have orbs, and that's it so far. This is going to take away its ability to throw stuff, but that's okay. Snow mist. I know, dude. Sound in the lobby heard longer. Yeah. Unfortunato. Did they change the orbs on the tier 1 cam? I don't think so. I guess it would depend on the last time you saw them. Yeah, Daisy, hello. You spam questions on the spirit box like that? I thought you had to give it time to answer. As long as you see the response. Yeah, I could say a million things a minute. As long as I'm seeing the red line. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? It does to me. I don't care what it registered, which question it heard. It heard a question. So if the ghost is close by, close enough, it's going to respond on the spirit box. If it's a spirit box ghost. I mean, if I want to, I could wait. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? See, you can do it that way if you want. Is the red line meaning EMF? No, the red line on this has nothing to do with the EMF. This is a spirit box. It's like a dumb ghost. Yeah, it happens. All right, let's get this over there. We'll get another one of this. Why does the light look so bright here? Hey, Cassidy. Where'd you get it? From the store. Spirit box store. Yeah. Traded for it straight up. Oh, the sign in the background. Oh. I got that. That's from Brynix Solutions. Yeah. Sorry, I think I missed your first message. My B. That is a my B. Sorry. Nope. Totally didn't see the first message. Absolutely didn't see it. Ignore me. Ignore me. All right. Ghosty's doing stuff. Another post. Is that a post? Or is that a log? What? Was it this? Oh, you must have knocked on that. So if I did have UV, I'd be able to see it on this, but we don't. Hey, Project Dura. Appreciate you. All right. I don't have a smudge. That's what's making this a little bit dicey. So when the red line appears on the spirit box, that means the ghost answered. No, that means that the game recognized the question. You'll actually get a response on the spirit box if the ghost answers. There's freezing. 0.8. More than likely one of these and not a mimic. If you can't hear the game, like maybe you have a disability, you can still ask questions using the text or talking, either way, into the spirit box, and the spirit box line will turn white. It'll turn white whenever you get a response from the ghost, and then you know it's spirit box. Yeah, you're welcome, of course. Hi, Z. What up, Holmes? All right. Well, we have all the evidence I think that we're going to get, which means it's a Revi, Yurei, Hantu, Onryo. You know, I bet our sanity is high enough that I could do this. We're going to take all these in there and try it. Let's try it. Alley Cat, 26 months. Oh my God. Super. Thank you for the raid, playing fat. Wait, UK streamer, what time is it for you? It is super late for you. Dude, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. He's the text I'm playing with my baby and napping in the... There you go. The music scared you? You're very welcome. 126. Man. I mean, don't... I guess... It's like I have a lot of room to talk. But, yeah. Anyway. How was stream? I don't forget the first reaction on the spirit box when I had a Dio. Oh, the Dio breath response. That you had a Hantu as a stupid mimic. All the Brits in chat are looking at their clocks. Listen, on a normal basis, I'm usually sitting at my PC or working on things till probably 12 or 1-ish. Yeah. Be here till at least 2. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you guys. You guys risking the no sleeps to come and hang out. You don't got to do all that jazz. I hope you know that. Your sleep is way more important than this stream. We have VODs for a reason. You can watch it back. You don't got to be here and lose the sleeps. Deadly, thank you for the 5 months. God. Even 4 a.m.? Oh my God. Hey, you turn off my light switch, you a-hole. You know, the bad part is we need a photo of the ghost. But welcome in, though, friends. I appreciate you. Did all the difficulty 8 map. Wait, what happened? I did the all difficulty challenge 8 map, Sunny Meadows. Only I completed it. Oh, you completed it? Oh, let's go. Hell yeah, dude. I only know so many people that have actually finished it. That is awesome. Hell yeah. GG's. 228 in Germany. Damn. Shut your butt. If you're walking over there, I'm going to do an Onryo test. That's what we're doing right now. Am I doing challenge mode? No. No. This is not the weekly. I guess we'll just risk it for the biscuit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I bring a crucifix in here? Help. Dad brain. Crucifix? Did I bring crucifix in here? You're invisible. That's bullshit. White tent. Thank you. C-Rod, welcome back. Thank you for the biddies. What's up, dude? Oh, you stop it. You stop it. Thank you. Welcome back, man. How the hell are you doing? So have you guys noticed more invisible ghosts, by the way? Like ghosts that are not a shadow, not in anything. Can't see them at all. Have you noticed that? Because I know I've been seeing it every game. Every game. Yes? Okay. I'm not the only one. Good. We know you're here. Blow out the firelight. I'm trying to do an Onryo test. Working on the Maple Lodge. Yes. Yes. I have one more to go. We're hoping this is the one. Is it a glitch? I'm not sure. I'm going to report it just so they can hopefully look into it and let us know if there's any problems. Yeah. Yeah. Josh, appreciate you, man. What's up, Doggett? 1 second. No, not the 1 second. No, it did a complete walk from there to there. No ghost. All right. We might. Bro, that was instant. One more. One more. I'll help you. No, over here. Where the... Are you fucking kidding me? Again, invisible. All right, we can't take any more ghost photos unless... Oh, what am I doing? Unless we actually see it physically in front of us, because that's twice now it's been invisible for me. Headgear will help? Oh, okay, let me get that real quick. Oh, it blew out a third. Dude, seriously, where are you? Well, there's 3. It's not you. This is some bullshit. Don't say good ghosty. How dare you? You know what? Since you're not an Onryo, here. Join me by the fire. We'll have a good time. We'll talk. We'll hang out. All right. All right. It's making its way downtown. Ghosty, you want a s'more? Complete rejection. Yeah. Hey. What a f***. No, leave it on. Excuse you. Was it the guitar? Did the guitar piss him off? Oh, Lisa. Oh, shit. Insomniac, thank you for the 20 months. It's too romantic. I could try to do some like awful singing. You think that would ruin the mood for her? Lisa, please. We just need a photo. Imagine if that was it. Imagine if that's it, even though we're on Nightmare. I can't get dots. I can't get them. Probably gonna get killed. What I need? I need ghost photo. I need to repel it, but I would like to get the ghost photo before we're within the hunting stage. That's the hope. That's the hope. Sea rods! Thank you for the tier 1. Why set them up then? Why set what up? All right, I'm leaving. See you later. Why am I not watching? Because I could give 2 shits, Loopy. Why would I care about that? Why are you watching me instead of watching that? What do I think the ghost is? I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I might just ditch the ghost photo. I'd like to get it. That'd be super nice. because he isn't yet. Then how would I be watching it if he wasn't doing it yet? See how that doesn't make sense? Why would you ask me a question that I can't answer with yes? That's weird. It's super weird. I wish for sunrise. Well, this is different. Why ain't this different? Unfortunately, you cannot wish for blood moon, which doesn't make sense either. Okay. All right, you stubborn bastard. Feels wrong. It is wrong. I wish that you could. I'm really, really hoping that they make some changes. I hope that they allow you to change it to blood. Like, you can change it away from the blood moon, but you can't change it to it. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. Like, honestly, if the problem is that they don't want you to, like, get the reward at the end, then just if you use a monkey paw to change it to it, then don't give the reward. Make it for funsies. You blew my fire out again. You son bitch. You son bitch. Doors, thank you so much for the prime. Take the dots down. I mean, you know, I think I might turn them off. That's not a bad idea. God forbid if it's a Ure and the dots are causing it to be invisible. I don't think it is. My guess is that it's just being invisible every time as an event just for RNG. Tis a guess. Viking! Thank you for the prime. Mill! Thank you for the 4 months. Hello, friends. This is Nightmare, yes. Yes. We've had ghosties show up multiple times. As in evented multiple times. Invisible every time. Oh, look. A ghost fart. Was that a ghost fart or was that my breath? I can't feel any more photos. It hunted from the tent. Saw that? So we know it's not you. And pretty sure that you were normal speed. What are the odds? What are the odds of that? Are you done? Wait a minute. I gotta repel you anyway. Shit. All right, F it. F it, Jeff it. We'll leave it on. We will leave it on. Copper, thank you for the prime. Hello. I don't know where my light switches are. Hello? What is this game? Where are you? Who are you people? You're a butthole? No, you're a butthole. Hey, can you event real quick? Hello? No fucking way. Well, I hope that worked. All right, now we need to repel. It's a child, unfortunately. Bro, every single time I play on this map, this is blocked. Every single time. Without fail. All I want to do is hide in the toilet. What the? We get it. The blood moon is still here. We know. Is that a hiding spot? It is. It's just, it's locked right now. Here, we'll leave this here. You little shit. I will show you the way. Goes to the tease? No, that goes to the jerk. What, we're just done? What was that sound? First I thought I was the EMF that was just going on. Oh, now we want to show up, huh? Jerkhole. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Go ahead. Nibble, you little shit. Do it. Bite it. Summer camp. It's an outdoor school. Nom nom. Okay, dude. Okay, yeah, look, that's like, I did see a little bit of its feet there. A little bit. Here. He's over here a little bit too. Excuse me? Pause. I was like, is that the same sound that just went off? Gaga. Do we need to talk about this? Oh, spicy. Did I get that fast enough? I did. All right, one more, you little jerk. A blood campfire. Oh, it's too late for me. It's too late for me. Just leave me behind. Nope, I'm not taking that chance. F you. No, I didn't find the bone yet. I'll do it after. Ghost fart, inbound. Did it just give up? Ghost, is it pretty sure it's a Ure? Actually, wait. F off, you little cretin. Okay. Oh, I need one more photo. Shit. It's all right. We can take a photo of the bone. Can you test for a Ure with the tent doors? No, I don't think you can. I do not think that's possible. Another one of these, another one of those. I could just do salt, but I mean, F it. We need to go find the bone anyway. You know? Do one of these guys. We need to go find the bone anyway. Oh, I kicked the power. That's right. Hi, Miss V. All right, let's go find the bone. If you ever hear that noise, by the way, I think a really important part of the game that a lot of people don't think about is the sounds that you actually hear, because it can let you know where you just heard something. So if I hear this noise, I know that it could be there. It could be there. They haven't fixed that yet, by the way. Okay. Check behind the door. Get this back on. It might be over here, but we're going to go check over here first. Bear trap! Battle Pass, how are you, dude? Welcome me in. Bone! Where's the bone? Where are you, bone? Photo camera with you? I sure does. Here, we'll go out here and take a look. No way! I was like, oh, I'll just go out to the dock and see if the bone is here. Get out of town. No shot. All right. Instincts. Wait, before we go. Easter egg? The ring? Maybe? Shit. There's a chance of that happening. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yeah, it'll make the phone ring. You're not going to grab it? I did? Yeah, I did. The sunrise was too... Oh, the bone went to the dock to go get a look at the sunrise. I get it. I get it. Hi, Glow. That makes sense. Yeah, pretty sold on a Ure. Oh, also these bear traps, you can reset them. If you hold left click. Just fun fact. Bye, Kill. Have a good one, dude. All right. We have all of our photos. Those first couple deletes, we're going to pretend they don't exist. We're pretty damn sure this is a Ure, because the hunting speed was normal the entire time. If that would have been the Hantu's room, it would have been darting around like a maniac. A Revi, it would have been super slow without seeing us. We did an on-road test. It never hunted. Pretty sold on a Ure. The only way it would be anything else would be if it's a mimic and it wasn't giving us ultraviolet or spirit box, which would be really, really rude. But we are going on the assumption that we are correct. So let's go with it. Can you ghost gambling? No. I do it very few times and far between because I don't know. I don't find it that fun all the time. Ure it is. It's our favorite ghost, but definitely not on this map because the Ure can't do anything with the tent flaps. But that being said, we did unlock the Ranger badge. We did unlock the Ranger badge. So let's take a look at that real quick and see what it is. And it was a perfect game. And we got 3 dailies done. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy mackerel. There she is. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's purty. She's purty. Wait, I'm sorry. It's really hard to appreciate this with all the goo in the background. There we go. That's better. I love it. It looks great. This is such a nice badge. It looks so good. Love that one. I love it. It looks great. I still got to unlock this one though. This is our next one. This is on the list. This is on the list. Hold on. Here. This is on the list. So that's going to be the next one we go for. Hopefully soon. Nice. Nice. It's better than the Sunnies one. So there's a reason. There's a reason I wanted to just go ahead and get the Ranger badge. I was going to wait and I was going to get both of these at the same time. The reason I decided not to is because they haven't fixed this one yet. I have ads coming, by the way. If you're not subbed or you don't have turbo, don't worry. I'm going to wait in the lobby for you. We're not going to go anywhere. I'm not playing another game without you. So I always try to wait in the lobby for the ads if I can. That way you guys don't miss nothing. But by doing it this way, you don't get pre-rolls when you first enter the stream. Yeah. So as soon as those play, we'll switch to the ad screen and then we'll wait for you. How do you tell if it's a hiding spot or is not a good How do you tell if a hiding spot is or is not a good spot? Trial and error, to be honest with you, dude. Trial and error. Pants, I would double check Phasmo. I would close Phasmo and reopen it because they put the moon back in so people could claim the rewards. What's broken on Sunny? It's the badge, Lady Ravenous. The badge, the font is the same color as the background of the badge. So it's white font on a white background. You can't see it at all. So I'm hoping that they'll fix it by the time I go to get it, so it'll just be better. Watching ads is free 99. This is always true. Yeah, it's always true. Allie, thank you for the follow. What's up, Shelson? How are you? Yes, yes. The next question is, though, do I prestige? I was thinking about it. I think I might. We have a lot of Phasmo I'm playing this weekend, so it would probably be a good idea. I think so. What badge is broken? The Sunny Meadows one, the one where you play it 50 times. You're on ad. Yeah, that's what happens when I run ads. Yeah. So are the Blood Moon maps back to having all the totems? I would assume so. I would assume so, Weeb. How's it broken? The badge? I could show you. Hold on. Doesn't the cheat sheet have the badges? Doesn't the cheat sheet have the badges? Current event. Oh, I don't remember where to go. Guides? Puzzles, unlockables? Ah, there it is. Sunny Meadows Survival. Yeah, look at the badge. Hold on. Yeah. Look at the badge. Yes, the name was whatever, but like still you can't see shit. Gonna try to tune in on the streams too. Helps me learn the game better. C-Rods, I appreciate you, man. I like the badge. I kind of wish it was animated. That'd be cool. Imagine if this was a little bit drippy and the lights would flicker a little bit on that badge. That'd be kind of sick. Yeah, the white, right? Yeah. So I'm hoping that they fix that by that time. Prestige. It's something you do in the game. Yeah, it's really fun. Someone didn't think. I don't know why they didn't think of that. I don't know. Splits, imagine. Coach does all the time. Did I say coach? I just wish the text wasn't white. Yeah, I like the badge fine too. Agreed. I like the badge as well. As soon as they fix the font for that one, it'll look great. Yep. They should have made the 50 ghost badges animated for sure. Yeah. Even a slight animation, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Drive the badge on Point Hope. I do. I do. Is that a Z? That is a Z. All right. Ads are done. We are back. Little wiggle. Like I said, like a little light flicker. Like a little light flicker. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit. What's up, Bailey? How are you, dude? All right. We got our badge. Does the spirit box answering depend on the shyness of the ghost? No. No. It depends on the vicinity, like the area. How, like the spirit box you have and how wide of an area it covers. Yeah. Draco, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. What's up, Lavender? How are you? A sinful raid. How was your stream? Welcome. Cabin, no, that's something that Twitch does. No. If you didn't get one, that just means that you didn't get, that just means you didn't get any ads, which that means you win. Yeah. That means you win. Double caffeinated mom. Thank you for the 5 months. What's the worst map in the game? That's going to be up to you. I would highly suggest you play every single map to figure out which map you think is the worst. I'm going to have which one I think is the worst. I think this one's the worst. I think high school is the worst by far. Played bingo. Ooh, how was? Everyone's worst map is different for sure. A lot of people don't like a lot of the larger maps. Main reason being that they just take a long time to complete. Yeah, Point Hope, high school. A lot of people don't like prison. Sunny Meadows you don't hear too often, but there's people that don't like it just it's a large map. 2 people won today. GG's, nice. Doesn't the respond to everyone versus respond to alone affect the spirit box? Well, yeah, no, it affects the spirit box in the sense that if the ghost responds to everyone, it doesn't matter how many people you have in the room. But if the ghost responds to people that are alone, you can't have anyone in the room with you when you're checking for spirit box. That's why you'll see a lot of people say, let me have the room, because they want to check for spirit box. If you're playing by yourself, it doesn't matter, because alone with everyone, it's solo. So it doesn't matter. Big maps are better for big. I would like to see a game with 6 people. That'd be sick. Test with people first. Yeah. Yeah. Some more players in the maps would be fun. I would love to try that. Sam, it's been done for days, friend. I am using tier 2 headgear. Yeah. I just didn't feel like using the night vision. I like using the tier 2. It gives it has some realism to it. You know, it has some realism to it. Okay. Well, do we do it? Do I just go ahead and do it? Do I just go ahead and prestige? Maybe do I play one more game before I prestige? I am Maddie. I hope you're doing well, friend. Just do it. Just get it over with. Get it over with. I could. Need to ask for the room before you use this. Listen, I do what I want. Do the prestige. We can do the prestige. I need to figure out what maps I last did the prestige. Like when I did my game 1, my level 1, I need to figure out what maps I did because I don't want to do the same maps again.
Welcome back. This job's ready for you.
Why would I do 0 sanity, 0 evidence first and then prestige? That doesn't make sense. Why would I try to level up? Like a magic trick? Yeah, the prestige. I do like amateur ghost hunters, more likely to get ahead. Wait, affixed flashlights and military grade night vision goggles? Oh, yeah. Saw how big and loud it got. It made me think of, oh, yeah, I love it so much. So much. The Halloween event has been extended for 2 days, my dude. Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. All right, let me go back to, let me go check the tubes real quick because I need to go see the last couple maps that I did. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. Pretty sure that red orb haunts Flash's dreams. A little bit. A little bit. All right. Nah, F it. I'll just go to videos. That's fine. What I'm doing right now is I'm going to check and see what maps that I've recently done in the past few prestiges I've done. All right, that one was Willow. This one, I can't see what it is. I've got to click into it. That one was Bleasdale. Okay, so no Willow, no Bleasdale. Go back. I definitely want to do one that is not a blood moon, for sure. For sure. You should speedrun to see how fast you can unlock everything after prestige. I mean, we're definitely going to speedrun to get some of our stuff back. That's for damn sure. Oh, I did Point Hope before that one. Yeah. Jamie, thank you, friend. Epic, thank you for the 6 months. Do prison. See, I could do one of the larger maps. The problem with that is that the level 1 games can actually be really educational and showing people how to play. And I can't effectively show you how to play if I don't have crucifixes and smudge sticks and all that stuff. Do high school your favorite? Get out of here, goblin. Get out of here. Don't be a goblin, goblin. All right, that was Point Hope. Before that one, I'm just making sure I'm not replaying a map that I've done. I need to have all these prestige games in a playlist or some shit. Scroll, scroll, scroll. God, who lets me post this much? Jesus Christ. Take this away from me. Tier 1 dots. Jim Ghost makes me want to cry. Oh my God. Hi, Mr. Rafa. Hello. Take it away. This is what I'm doing right now, by the way, for anybody that's curious. I'm scrolling through my channel, trying to figure out the last prestige games that I've played, like where I played them. Oh my God, it's just loading so slowly. Hello, Mr. Rafa. How are you? Why won't you autoplay? You need to F off. Close the player. Yeah. There's Grafton. There's Willow Street. So Grafton, we've done Willow. Was this Point Hope? Ah, it is. Okay. All right. So really, it looks like... Let's look at the map real quick. You missed one? Oh, I missed a few. It's okay. Maybe I do Ridgeview. Ridgeview could be good. It's 5 a.m. Shit. How best to speedrun for someone pretty average? I mean, do you think you should speedrun if you feel that you're average? I would suggest no. I did, V. It doesn't show it in order. The problem is that it shows it all over the place. Ridgeview's fun. I like Ridgeview a lot. Ridgeview is one of my jams. I like it. I think that's what we're going to do. I mean, I need to back out anyway. I just wanted to put that in my brain so we knew. No. Leave. Don't you have a playlist? No, I don't have a playlist of the Prestiges, but I might do that, though. I might do that. Do lots of professional. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. It is time again. We are going to Prestige. We are level 105, so we are overdue. I just wanted to have some things. I wanted to have all my tier 3 stuff for when we were doing some of the event stuff. But now that that is coming to an end, we are going from Prestige 14 to Prestige 15. This is our new badge. I like it. The red is nice. I like the red. Listen, don't get me wrong. This is partially some of my colors, kind of, but red is good. Especially the animated red. Dude, I'll take it. I will take it. Let's do it. Wait, hold on. Back. Don't mind me. Prestige. You won't be able to undo it. Let's go. Well done. There we are. Fresh. Fresh out the box. We have nothing. We have no money. We have no levels. We have no items. We've already unlocked all of our loadout slots. You can only have 10. Know what the benefit of that was? This guy. So this is what we have to work with. Here, I'll show you. Let me go to the bottom cam real quick. That's what I have. Dots, EMF, flashlight, book, spear box, thermo, UV, video camera, all tier 1, and that's it. Literally nothing else. Nothing else. So we have stuff to do. Hold on, I saw a thing. It's going to take a while for you to get back. Nah, we'll be all right. Nah, we'll be all right. Aviation. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it, man. Alerts. Some of these alerts don't show up and I don't know why. All right. We're not going to do nightmare. The reason I like doing professional is because it allows us to get all the evidence. And if there's anybody that's watching that's trying to learn and maybe somebody is brand new to the game, maybe they're trying to figure out how to work a map, trying to figure out the best method, where to go, how to do this. It's nice to have professional and be able to show more things than on nightmare. Nightmare, you have 2 evidence. A lot of the hiding is blocked. It's a lot harder. So this will be a little easier. We still don't have crucifixes and we still don't have incense, but it's better than nothing. It is better than nothing. So I didn't mean to take that one off. I meant to take that one off. There it is. There it is. Looking all fresh and clean. I know, man. Listen, I have today and then I have all of Saturday and all of Sunday. I'm streaming for 12 hours tomorrow. I'm streaming for 12 more hours on Sunday. Go to wheel before you start. Let's do it. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Of course. Of course. Aw, aviation. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, man. Damn. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't know why I have to keep looking at my phone for that because the alerts aren't showing up on my feed over here, and I don't know why, and it's really dumb. I've been trying to keep an eye on it, but my phone's about to die. MHS, hello. All right, we have a good wheel. What time am I going to start on Saturday? Probably like 8 a.m. my time. More than likely. So like for you, 11 hours from now. Probably. Because if I start at 8 a.m., I can end at 8 p.m., and still have time to hang out with the missus and the kiddos. I'll see them during the day and hang out with them during the day. And I'll probably do the same thing on Sunday. Yeah. It's early. I know, man. We're going to be getting it though. We're going to be getting it. BK, thank you for the 8 months. Do you have all of your prestige rollovers to make a short? Wait, what? What do you mean? Hey, Kill, welcome back, dude. What do you mean by my time? Well, I live on the East Coast of the United States. It is 9:07 p.m. for me right now. Yeah. Thank you, Tika. Will any of those hours be with viewers? Yes, they will. You'll hear me shout it out during the stream. Yes. We are going to have viewer games tomorrow, and we're also going to have them on Sunday. I don't know exactly when. It's going to be in the mood kind of thing. I don't have big plans. I don't have like, at this hour we're doing this, at this hour we're doing this. Nope, we're just gaming, man. We're just gaming. We'll see where the wind takes us, yeah? Hey, Pick, how are you? All right. Good wheel. What are we doing? Moich. Ooh, Moich. Moich. Shot of tequila. Wait, what? Is that what you're doing right now, BK? Moich. All right. You guys give me a minute to get this set up. I'm also working on holiday merch right now. Well, not me working on. Our lovely artist is in the works right now. Doing the stuff and the things. I tell you what. I said that this was going to go bye-bye. I said that this was going to go bye-bye by around Thanksgiving time. So what do you say? What do you say we give someone one of these guys before it goes away? Mm-hmm. Hi, Izu. There they are. Speaking of the devil. Speaking of the devil. You just got your Halloween shirt? Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I was wearing mine earlier today. Now I'm wearing my freaking bat shirt. Freaking bats. Love freaking bats. You have your hoodie, but you haven't worn it yet. Oh man, they're so comfy. You got to wear them. Gotta wear them. Lovely artist, you say? No. I would never. You can't buy merch? Well, lucky you, because I'm about to do a giveaway for some merch. Well, aren't you a lucky dog? I just have to wait for it to process. I just have to wait for it to process. Aw, Sinister, thank you for gifting to Inu, friend. Appreciate you. There it is. All right, on the purple side, if you type join in chat, you could win a Revenge of the Flash Halloween shirt. Like I said, those are going to go away probably around Thanksgiving. I wanted to allow some time for people to have enough time to get it if they wanted to get it. Every season, I try to do some different merch. So like last year, I had a different Halloween shirt. That one was a headless horseman with like me as a pumpkin. This year was the idea of doing a zombie. And Izu did an amazing freaking job, man. Aviation, you knock it off, dude. You knock it off. No, stop. I appreciate you. Hamburger, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, it's just the word join. Yep. Last year's shirt, it was great. Yeah, there was a mistake on the back and I left it there. When I first initially let it go and I was like, shit, I put the freaking posture. I was like, oh, whatever, it's fine. I'll just leave it. I was like, it's fine, man. We'll leave it. Carrie, GG's. Congrats, friend. GG's. There we go. So the reason we even did a giveaway for merch is because we reached this. If I reach this once, we do a good giveaway. I mean, we do a good spin. If I reach it twice, I do a bad spin. Both are good for you because the bad spin means I have to probably eat gross shit. Yeah. Carrie, make sure you click on the link, friend. Yeah. The event got extended. For anybody that's curious, by the way, before we move on, the event got extended because there was so many people that didn't get the opportunity to actually claim the reward. No, Marimbus, it's on the purple side because I can't do I can't do it across platforms. Yeah, unfortunately, fourth wall only does it on the purple side. Yeah. Didn't extend for you? I would log out of Phas and log back in, or like log out of Steam and log back in if I were you. Got your ghost, Obake. Nice. Nice. All right. I think we're good now. I think we're ready, guys. Are we ready? You play on console? Have you completely like recycled your console? Like shut it off, turn it back on kind of deal? Hamburger came up from TikTok. Been doom scrolling. Been doom scrolling the TikToks to learn how to get better. Oh, I appreciate you, man. Aviation, we just talked about this. Dude, no, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. No, I appreciate all you guys. You watch the videos, you hang out in the streams, you check out the Discord, you do all the things. I appreciate your friends. You guys are awesome. No, my headphones are SteelSeries Arctis 7s. I might need to upgrade at some point. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Prestige 15, yeah. Oh my God, aviation. All right, let's do the things. Level 1, Prestige 15. This badge looks really nice. I really like the red. I don't mind sticking on that for a bit, but we have nothing to add here. Why? Because I have nothing. I have no monies. I've got no things. I've got no stuff. So I guess we'll just enable this loadout that has nothing on it. All right, let's go. Let's go.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
I know evidence of game by accident on a Phantom. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Sea rods. Dude. Getting to level quick to do challenge mode. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Yeah, those all go to the kids. Thank you, Tika, for the drop. Appreciate it. Oh my God. No, oh my God. Aviation, no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Can you explain how to get EMF off the TV screen? Yeah, on jumps of usually 4 or 5 are typically EMF. We might see it this game. We'll see. Who knows? But all right. Level 1 run for Prestige 15 with Betty Manson. We need a ghost event. We need to escape the ghost and get EMF, which we can do all 3 of those. Potentially, depending. Okay, that's better. I couldn't see my cursor. That was so weird. I was like, I can't see it when it's highlighting things. Hamburger, thank you for gifting to Quill. Oh my God. All right, now I can see it. All right, let's rock. So, well, how are we going to run this? We know that we can't replenish our sanity because we don't have sanity pills. We don't have crucifixes. We don't have incense. So when you're doing a run like this, you want to try to retain your sanity. That's one of the main goals, is retaining your sanity. So what we're going to do is, the first thing we're going to do is go get the breaker. Now on Pro, you can actually see where the breaker is. The breaker spawns in Ridgeview either back here in the garage or down here in the basement, here or over here. So we make a right in the basement. We know where it is. We know where it is. But yeah, objective wise, witness a ghost event, escape, EMF. We will see how it goes. If I get demoned, I'm going to get real upset. All right, so we have hiding here, which is awesome. I love that hiding. Bone. I can't take a photo, so pff. Thank you. All right. Go ahead and get the breaker on. Now we've got the juice. Lockers are open. All right. Now we can start listening for things. So one way that you can retain your sanity is by turning on the room lights. So if I turn on the room light, if I wanted to, I might be standing in the ghost room for all we know. I mean, I can start checking temps to see if it gets cold, but because we're checking for temps, I don't have to turn the lights off. We're not checking Spirit Box. Spirit Box, you have to turn it off. So we'll see. Hi, Queen. That's maintaining. So we'll move over here. That's a room. This is a room. Technically, this is a room. So you need to be careful, SpongeBob. So far, I've heard nothing. So either Ghosty's not doing much, or it's not doing much because we have the lights on and it's not interacting with a lot. See it holding it like 15. So chances of being here are probably a little bit lower. I haven't heard much, so my guess is it's either in the basement or it's upstairs. If I had to guess. And it's in the garage. Never mind, I heard a paint can. Well, that explains that. Hey! Okay. EMF 3. Oh, blocker touch. Was that over there? It's drawing me in to kill me. Okay, normal. So now that we know where it is, we can go get the rest of our stuff. We'll leave that in here so that way that tier 1 thermo will start to go down. Hopefully within freezing. We will see. The tier 1 they nerfed. Oh yeah, they nerfed that a while ago. Yeah, it was a little bit OP. I loved it, man. I loved it a lot, but it was absolutely overpowered for sure. All right, it's touching stuff, so that's fine. And we want to do this guy and that guy. Sandy's still at 95, so we're perfectly fine. Dead Prestige, yes. Yes, I did. Figured why not, man. What was the old tier 1 thermo? It was the same thermo, it just didn't fluctuate as much. Oh, phalanges. Oh my goodness, so many. So many. Can I get... No, there's nowhere to put this and get that on there like that. It's like trying to angle this. I could try to like... Try to balance it on the end there like that. But it's not gonna... I have to have it like turn. Turn more. Shit. We're trying to like trick shot. Trick shot. What if I go like this? Trick shot. I'll flip over. Oh. Come on, do it. What? Oh, come on. Fuck, I'm tired of this. Nope. Never mind. Never mind. That'll work. I didn't realize the tier 1 would be that strong. That's kind of weird. I actually wasn't expecting that. Flashlight flip. Yeah, look at that. How strong that is. Jesus. And that's how he died. Yeah, well. You know, we pick our battles. All right. I don't see any orbicals. There's a good chance it's going to throw that, though, so we do have to be careful. We do have to be careful. Who was that? Hamburger, thank you for the gifted to kill. What's up, Yoda? All right, let's do that for now, and we'll go get more stuff. Oh wait, I need to check for the temps. Where'd you go? All right, no freezing yet. No freezing. Art! I hate your name so much. Thank you for the tier 3 for 19. Oh my god. Hi, Mr. Song. Yeah, let's go get more stuff. Yeah, you can't place the UV light like that, correct? Correct. It might be these things. That might be why we're not getting anything. Why you hate it. I missed my old one. Get out of here. All right. So far, all we have is this. All we have is that. It could be EMF 5, possibly. I could peek on this. I haven't seen anything on the chart yet, though. We will see. Thank you, Mr. Rafa. Your face. I hate it. You thought you saw dots? Did you? Damn it, Fate. Multiple of you thought you saw dots. Ooh. Okay. In the right where the chair was, where the stool was. All right. I'll go back in and we'll place these down and see what we can get. This on. Escaping we can absolutely do. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Am I close enough to it? Yeah. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Hold on. No, normal EMF. Scratch that. Temps. No freezing. Damn, dude. It's over there. Hello? Have I ever gotten dots while holding it? I have. I have. It's really hard to tell exactly where it is in this room. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Do I not do NVIDIA filters? I do, I just don't use them. I just don't use them. You son of a bitch. The main reason that I don't use them is because console players can't do anything like that. So I don't want to do anything that console players can't do, because then, I mean, that really sucks for when you're watching back gameplay. All we have is this. You can't even be a shade. Cursed item. Might be worth a shot. Listen to it. Listen to this jerk. You know what? Here, let's go to the truck. Watch from there for a second. If it doesn't give us anything after a minute, then we'll go back in and maybe use the cursed possession. Depending on what the cursed possession is. It could be a Goryo. Oh, sad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, we could see the Goryo dot. Well, no, we can't. No. Yeah, I mean, I could take the video camera and stand out away from the garage. Coach, how was your stream with Aldi? It was pretty fun to watch. Oh, my goodness. My favorite cursed possession is the music box. For sure. I thought I saw something to the right. Why? Because it's fun. Hey, Johnny, what's up, dude? It's the worst. Why? Like spamming the tarot cards? I like using the tarot cards when I'm playing with friends, not solo. Solo, woof. Woof. Look, it's a gamer wolf. Well, hi, Fred. Thank you for the 8 months. Tier 3, my God. So less information with Music Box. So you get more information with a Voodoo doll than you do a Music Box? Hello, friend. Hi, Aldi. We have a ghost that's not giving us squat, friend. I have everything inside right now. Look. Look at this. Look at this. One time I used a Music Box on my friend. It was a dots hunt. That's pretty good. It did give me UV a couple of times. Nice. All right. Well, we're still at decent sanity, I guess. Is that a fiver? I don't know. It's a little hard to tell. There's so many little interactions there. I can't really tell. Can't really tell. Could it have changed? Oh, it definitely could have. I don't think it did, but it certainly could have. Check this. Still no freezing. What are you hiding from me? We know it's not you. And I also don't have, what do we have? We don't have orbs. I'm definitely not, I mean, I have a lot of cold here. It has to give me freezing. I'm fearful to say no freezing because look how close it's getting. Look at this. Look at this, look at this. Go to sleep. Good night, friend. Uncle Dale, thank you. It got so close. Come on. Do the ting. So the reason that it stopped throwing the cans is because I turned the light on. Look how close it gets. Oh, I hate you so much. I'd like to get the evidence because I only have one. Let's go look. We're gonna go see what the cursed possession is. Ghost is being really boring, unfortunately. We're going to spice it up a little bit. What's up, Nelson? Not you. Not you. I didn't even look to see if this was here. Now you show up? Damn it, Rhonda. Can't be a Dio, right? Okay, good. Are you? A little better. There we go. Freaking Rhonda, dude. All right. Do you like chips? We're not going to get along. Do you like beards? Wow. Wow. Are you a piece of shit? Goodbye. They're all normal. They're all normal ghosts. Really don't think it's you or you. Language? It's English. If you weren't sure. I don't think it's a poltergeist. I really don't. It's not throwing enough. No miling. Sounded pretty loud. Most would say to pardon their French after that. Hope, welcome in. How are you? We have a spicy ghosty on our hands. Feels like a Goryo? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's not... I'm going to try to watch a hunt this time. Throw those plates like frisbees? I mean, listen. Even ghost hunters got to have fun, man. Got a smudge? Nope. This is a level 1 game. We ain't got squat. Oh, that sounded like it was right next to me. What the French? Unfortunate. EMF 5, of course. Look at none of this stuff. None of this stuff has moved. Stop pooping in the sink, Rhonda. Of course it's a Goryo. I know. Let's go check the cams real quick. Why not a phantom? It was the normal amount of blinks. The two ghosts that blink differently are phantoms and onis. The phantom is way less visible. It's so hard to see. And then the Oni is easier to see. Way visible longer. Why is it bad it's a Goryo? Because Goryos suck and it takes 15 years to get dots. And then she throws your camera because she's mean. Haven't seen Dirty Water, so I get it all the time. Hi, Glay! Dios are more visible as well. Technically speaking. True. Technically. But you're not paying attention to the Dio blinks because you don't have to. Gamer lady, I'm good. Well, you asked if... I mean... That's not what we meant. Do I start a hunt? How many pickles can you fit up your butt? This is for Baron. How many pickles can you stick up your butt? She's not going to answer me. Goodbye. She's so sensitive. Is a Karen. Why she eating like that? She just wants me to have dinner. Because because she's a sweetheart. Oh yeah, you're gonna be a Goryo for sure. Where's our EMFer? Give me. Run. Here, we'll do this here. Give you some utensils. So this is a miling test. By putting the flashlight on the ground, what I'm checking is I'm checking to see if I can hear the footsteps before the flashlight blinks. And that's exactly what just happened. All right, let's go check for dots one more time. Hi, Marky Mork. So we heard the footsteps and the flashlight was not blinking. The reason is because for a miling, its footsteps are quieter. So it has to get closer for you to be able to hear the footsteps. And by the time it gets close enough, you can hear the footsteps. The flashlight is blinking. I didn't set the camera. Did I throw the camera on the ground? No, wait. Excuse me? I'm fairly certain that I set the camera. Did it knock it over in the exact same way? Are you guys sure? I set the dots. I hate it here. Why we can't have nice things, Dread. This is why we can't have nice things. All right. It is now set. Oh, Brandak, thank you so much for the prime. All right. So now we check again. Just do the dots. I would like to see the evidence. That would be super neato. Unfortunately, we're pretty sure this is a Goryo. Oh, nice. We're pretty sure this is a Goryo, meaning you can't actually see the dots in person. You have to see them through a video camera. And it likes cars. It wants to go fast, burr. We don't have to turn off the car. No, Sailor, we don't have to turn it off. Is it really not going to give us the evidence? Here, I could also look for that for the EMF fiver. Unfortunately, our sanity is just tanked, so this is just where we are now. Ghost. If you're not first, you're last. Paranormal, how are you? Good to see you. Guys, I think we just might not get the evidence, unfortunately. I could try to go back in there one more time for kicks, and then I think we just call it there. Shag it back. Oh, what a turd burglar. It turned off the power again. The dots really don't like me. Did I get the key? I did. Okay. Okay. Motherfucker. I might die. I'm fine, thank you. I put the dots down and it faced it in the opposite direction. I hate it here. I hate it here. See it as soon as we get to the truck. I know. Whoa. That kind of looks like a 5er. Just give us the dots, ma'am. Looks like a 5 to me. Hi, goat. Thank you, Glay. Set the tone. We're trying to set the tone, man. She won't let it happen. She's not letting it happen. She will not show these dots. She won't do it. Ma'am, please. They really need to like increase the state at which you see these. She's, oh, you are rude. Now we're definitely not going to see it. Twice, ma'am. How rude. She's not having it. I don't think we're going to get it. We have Myling, Jin, and we have Myling, Jin, and Goryo. It turned off the power, so we know that it can't be that. It's either a Myling or a Goryo, and it has not been really quiet. So unfortunately, it's just not going to show us dots, and I can only see them through the video camera. There's only so much that I can do. So she's rude. Betty, you're mean. I hate you. I'm reporting you to the manager, and we're leaving. That's what happens when you talk shit. I mean, I hate it here. I would get a Goryo for level 1 game. I would get a Goryo. Now we got a photo camera. Now we can get perfect games. You can't actually get perfect games until you unlock the photo camera. There's only been one time. Hold on. There's only been one time ever that I've been able to do a perfect game on a level 1. And that was when they added the photo cameras to the Easter event. And you could actually get the photo camera off the porch. I was able to get a perfect game on a level 1. That's the only time I've ever been able to do that. Which was actually kind of cool. Was actually kind of cool. All right, let's play catch up. Let's play catch up. Ender Junkie, welcome. What's up, E? Oh my goodness. Ham, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate you, friend. Love the vids. Thanks, Tom. Ketchup and mustard? Sure. Whatever you want. You name it. Could you do it as part of the weekly challenge? I'd prefer not to, because if you're doing the weekly, it's giving you a set loadout. I like doing my level 1s the exact way that a level 1 would start, where you are given these items and that's it. If you do the challenge, then it's a set loadout, and that's fine. I feel like I'm cheating at that point. Do you think Phasmo is dead? I don't. Who said it's dead? Oh, you could get a perfect game at level 1 that way. Yeah, technically. Yeah. Okay. Now that we've got that, I can turn back on my badge. There we go. There we go. Someone in chat said it's dead. I mean, good for them. I don't care. It's very, very dead. It's very, very obvious. Hope to get better at the game. Let's go. Oh, hell yeah. All right, we have ads coming. I think we might wait. Completely dead? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. No, Blaze, it's not. No. There's probably somebody that plays Roblox and is upset because they can't afford to buy it. No offense if that's how you play anything close to Phas, but I'm just calling it like it probably is. Yikes. All right, I'm gonna run ads. I'm gonna go ahead and do it now before we go into our next games. I think what I like to do usually is after we do our level 1 game, I usually like to sort of speed run to at least get all of tier 1 stuff. To at least get that. So we'll do no evidence, no sanity, try to floor it. We have to get to level 14? No. 16. When we get to level 16, we'll have everything unlocked. And then we can do normal stuff. Then we'll do normal stuff. Let's see. Boo, 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 boo. That's aimed at me. I've got more money than you, but if not, I agree. So I'm guessing you were the one that said Phasmo is dead? Damn, took that personal. Shit. You reset your levels? I reset my levels. We're twins. We're twinsies. Yeah, I said it's dead. People taking it to heart. Well, I mean, when you have people that main a game and then you tell them that that game is dead, I mean, what game do you play the most? Or what hobby do you have? What do you like to do? You were level 50? Wait, what? Wait, what? What difficulty? We'll see. I don't know. We're going to run ads and then, well, no, actually, no, we won't see. I'm going to do a 10-12 custom. I'll do a 10-12 custom and then we're going to get levels that way. We like to, I try to speed run it to get to the tier 1 stuff. Because I think you should start with all the tier 1 stuff. Because I think it kind of sucks that you don't, you know? You know? There's dead people in the game. This is true. These are hard facts. Boop, 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 boop. All right, I'm gonna go and run the ads, friends. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't stress it. Don't worry, we're not gonna go anywhere without you. I do 3 minutes every hour, so that way we can get rid of the pre-rolls for anybody that is not subbed. Because when you first come in, the way I do my ads like this, you don't actually get pre-rolls. So easy peasy. Easy peasy. Calling someone a pleb? Fucking child. All right, 3 minutes of ads. Be right back. No, it could be the other way. It's either a child or it's a really angry grown adult that is just unhappy with things in their life. Chat's on fire. They're ready to fire back. Why are you talking about me? Shut up, BK. Should I know what pleb is? No, that sounds like somebody that plays Call of Duty really late at night. No offense. Coach is like, oh, I play Call of Duty late at night, asshole. Oh my goodness. Oh no, I know. Yeah, Ice, I know. Yeah, I do. Oh my God. No, if you're going to be a douche to people in the community, no. There's no warning there. No. You're addicted? I haven't gotten it yet. I really do want to I want to play zombies. Been playing trading card game. Oh, nice. All right, we have a minute 17 and then we'll be back. And then we'll be back. Yeah, Scarfy, you're just basically reassuring why we got rid of you. Yeah, you can go be a douche in your mom's basement. It's fine. You're not watching the fight. What? Nobody told me that I wasn't watching the fight. Fuck me. Well, great. Now the night's ruined. What am I going to do? Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not watching the fight. I know what it is, James. I don't care. I'm surprised that people do care. I will see the results. I will see what happens after, and that's it. And then I just don't care. Yeah. How the game's been so far? They've been actually okay. We unfortunately had a Goryo on our level 1 game, which woof. But yeah. Increase the goal. No. We don't increase the goal. No. That's not the way that works. No, I leave it where it is. I leave it where it is. If we double it, then we spin another wheel, and then so on and so on and so on. Yeah. How do you work the tier 3 EMF? You just hold down. You hold down and it will check the temps as you walk along. People argue. No, I don't have a problem with people arguing. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion. The problem is when you purposefully try to start shit. You know? It's like being a guitar player and then I am like, music's dead. Fucking nobody plays that anymore. Like, dude, no one does that. Are you going to take that in any way? Or are you going to be like, we all have our opinions. Oh, we talked about the EMF. Oh, did I say thermo? I'm so sorry. The tier 3 EMF has 3 different readings on it and it stacks. It stacks. So you get one reading, then you can get another reading and you can get another reading. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought thermo. Why the hell was I thinking thermo? I think it's because I was reading thermo over here. I'm sorry. My bad. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I read it way too fast. Fred's chick, thank you for the 15. Flash needs coffee. No, we have an early morning tomorrow, man. You say if it hits 1 Celsius, it counts as freeze. No, if it hits 0.9 or lower, because normal ghosts cannot go below 1 degree. So if you see 0.9 degrees on a digital thermo in the game or lower, then you know that you have a freezing ghost. Yep. Shut up, song. All right. Now we're going to do some speed runs. Because we want to get all of our tier 1 equipment. We could sit here and grind game after game after game to try and unlock all the tier 1. I personally think that you should automatically have all the tier 1 to begin with, because when you're just starting the game and you're brand new and you have 0 defenses, sucks a lot. So I think you should have it all. Yeah. Get speedy with it. I say that, but we're gonna have ghosts that are not gonna allow for said things. They're not gonna allow for it. What do you mean, Blaze? Should you order pizza? Wow, why'd you ask that? Yeah. Get a shower because I did a workout. Probably hitting A too. No worries, Coach. I'll be playing games all day tomorrow and all day Sunday. If you are available, let me know. I haven't decided exactly what I'm doing yet. It's kind of going to be on a whim. Lots of Phas, but then some random stuff here or there where I change it up. So you know that you're obviously welcome. Obviously, friend. Guys, make sure you're following my lovely friend, Coach. Co-founder of Midnight Society. Amazing friendo. I did not know that 0.9 or lower counts as freezing. So I think technically 0 or lower is freezing, but if you get 0.9 or lower, you know it will be freezing because normal ghosts can't go below that. We had a massive discussion about that before to figure that out. But when we figured it out, it's basically, you need to think of the digital thermometers like early freezing detection systems. That's the way we put it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. 10-12 custom. We're going to go in here and try to get some levels. Try to do it fast. We need to get to level 16 to unlock all tier 1. And I like doing this at the beginning of my prestiges because I don't want to have to wait to get smudges like incense and crucifix. So this is the way we do it. To Tangle we go. Now, when I go in here, I'm not going to have incense or crucifixes. So there's a possibility here that this could go south real fast. Real quick, but I guess we'll see. Escape, ghost event, EMF. Escape, ghost event, EMF. So we can do EMF. We probably, depending on the ghost, could do escape as well. And event, it's just going to be up to the ghost. With this multiplier, though, it does start with the power on. So if you do exclamation point 10x, it should give you an idea. I'm not going to have this on my person, though. We're going to do like this. And we're going to run. Raiju. Is that a Raiju? Maybe not. Maybe not. I feel like it got close enough. I feel like it got close enough to the electronics. This is a 10-12 multiplier. That's why the ghost hunted immediately. That's an Oni. Okay. We outie. Bye. I don't know if you got the EMF or not, but I don't care. Mighty visible indeed. Indeed. I don't know what it was that I heard at the beginning. I don't know why it would like stutter stepped and sound like it was speedy. That didn't really make much sense. But all right. Unless I got mimicked. If I got mimicked, then touche on the ghost. And it was right. But I don't think it was near the electron. I think it was near the electronics earlier and it didn't speed up. Yeah.
Welcome back.
There we go. Any specific custom settings which help you going for the gold? No, because the 15 times all your settings can only be one thing. Yeah, there's not multiple different ways of doing your settings. Break! What are you doing? That is not how birthdays work, Break! Am I able to see? No, you just have to just catch them as they happen in the stream. Yeah. Excuse you, madam. Damn. Break. Excuse you. The new lobby? No, I mean it's the event lobby. They brought it back again so that people could collect the rewards. Yeah. Lots of levels. We just went from level 5 to level 9. Yeah. Yeah. How can I do the sounds? I don't know what you mean, Daft. Are you talking about blurp? Oh, thank you, friend. Thank you for the subs. Oh, that thing. Yeah, blurp. Blurp. B-L-E-R-P. Thank you, song. Thank you, song. Boop, boop, ba-doo, boop, boop. Can I share the settings? I have them in Discord, but I can show you to them right now. Yeah. So there's the player settings. There's the ghost settings. There's the contract settings. Like I said, if you need this again and you didn't catch it quick enough on stream, I have it in my Phasmo channel in Discord. It's pinned. It's pinned for easy access. Yeah. How do you get so much XP? By playing on very high multipliers. Very high multipliers. Alexis! Thank you, friend. All right. We have some stuff. I need to actually add it, though. I realized I didn't do that with the photo camera. So, get that guy, get that guy, get that guy, get that guy. Quick loadout. All right. Unfortunately, these are kind of broke. That's why I have this loadout. So it automatically is the tier 1 stuff, and it hopefully is not borked. Try not to have it borked anyway. All right. Oh God, it's broked. Oh wait, oh no, that's the wrong one, sorry. This. You didn't know there were pinned messages in Discord till now? Yeah. Yeah. All right, I don't need any of that stuff. What we need, I don't have firelights, I don't have any of that jazz. We need at least one of each of these. Whoa. Whoa, that was laggy for no reason. There we go. That should do her. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig, that'll do. All right, so we go back and we do it again. Again, our goal here is just to get levels, man. What's up, Minnie? We just want to get away from using all of the tier 1s. I mean, we want to get away from not having access to all of our stuff. I feel like I unlocked Crucifix, never actually purchased it. Well, that's sad. Cool. Photo, EMF. Well, we could try. God damn it. Hey, what's up, Freak Papa? How are you? Yeah, mistakes were made. I wasn't here, right? It's over there. You'll be fine. Ready for that ghost event, you son of a bitch. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can't. If I go to take a photo, I'm dead. I can't. The cooldown, the buffer, the grace period for the photo camera, it would be in my hands for so long I would die. No, we just take that one and go. Unless you show up right now. Hello? Hey! Hey! All right. Oh, it wants us to take this. All right. The aggressive sound the camera. You like that? Oh, it doesn't do it in here, does it? Because you can't do it. Open the camera. It's louder inside than it is outside. Revenante. 150 rev. Oh yeah. Oh, 150 rev is quite interesting.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I really hate that we have to deal with that for 2 more goddamn days. Really hate it. Couldn't muted it. Couldn't have muted it. Really hate it. Buy the stuffs. We are. I thought I purchased a crucifix. I have 3 of them now. What the shit? Did I just not add them? Igniter. Firelight. Crucifix. What the? Right there. What does the Revenant do? Well, the Revenant, when it senses you or sees you, it runs at you extraordinarily fast, but when it doesn't know where you are, it's slower. Any tips for no evidence? Yeah, I would highly suggest that you treat this like a game of Guess Who. Start figuring out ways to knock out a lot of ghosts at one time. Yeah. All right, let's make sure that we've got 2 crucifixes, which we do. Motion, parabolic, photo, salt. We don't have incense yet. Unfortunate. Sanity doesn't matter. That's okay. We still need, let's see. Still need incense. Did I unlock the igniter? Wait. Okay. That's probably what happened with the crucifix. If I had to guess, I'd say that's exactly what happened with the crucifix. What the? That's fine. We go back. We're level 12. We're getting there, man. We're getting there.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get.
Hey, back in the game too. I left the asylum was added. Oh my goodness. Sad to see it removed. I know. We were all very, very sad. The asylum games were great, especially with multiple people. I loved them. Hey, Chezzy, how are you? Extremely unfortunate. Now we can go in there with a crucifix, though, which is awesome. Awesome. EMF in a photo again. All right. Well, we're going to give it a try. Is it worth using the cheat sheet while learning to do evidence runs? Yeah. It gives you a lot of information about the ghosts. Of course. Is Asylum not Cindy Meadows? There was a map that was actually called Asylum. Done. Cool. Groovy. You son of a bitch. Well, we know you're not a djinn. There we go. There's our EMF reading. That back on. Extra looping spot. Was he signed back to, when did they remove Asylum? It was the time, yeah, when they added Sunny Meadows, they removed it. 2022? So yeah, it's been 2 years. Not a yokai. It was starting to sell me a little bit there on Pulte, but no, I don't think so. They say why they removed it? Yeah, a lot of people complained about it. There was a lot of complaints. Map's too big. Everything looks the same. I'm lost. That's usually what people were saying about Asylum. Which is funny because then they go play high school. I'm lost. The map's too big. I don't know where I am. I hate it here. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. The hallways in Asylum were so freaking long. But can you imagine getting like a Moroi all the way down that hallway that can see you? Dude, that'd be so funny. Very straightforward, yeah. I think you did come to me. Oh. Wait a minute. I didn't see a different ghost there at the beginning, did I? You sack of shit. Did it again. Leave it on. goes. This is a tricky one. Tis a tricky one. No, it's not a Hantu. No shot. No shot. Wind and rope. Hello? Hello? Why do I flick the radio? Because I'm trying to get the ghost to come over to me. Ghosty. Jesus Christ! Holy hell! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Will Robinson. Will Robinson! God damn it, Papa Smurf. I couldn't hear anything. All right, I don't think it's a shade. Shit. This is tough. This is tough. I don't have all the things I need. I can't. We might have to guess. I can't smudge test. I can't do any of that jazz. So sad. Too bad. So sad. Yeah, no evidence. It's your book. I'm not going to get any evidence. Stood. We're gonna watch you for longer, homie. Not eating enough for a poultry, right? I don't think so. Oh, you sneaky bitch. The ray of hope that I just had in my heart. I thought we found it. I thought that was it. I thought that was it. What a troll. Yeah. All right. Well, what do we know that it's not? Speed-wise, we know that it's not these guys. Raiju would have sped up with electronics. It's been the same. We're just going to guess not a mimic because we're not going to go check for orbs. Blinks were normal. It shut off the power 5,000 times. Ooh, I could check for a wraith. And a possible Bonche, but I don't think it stalked me. Honestly, I'm going to probably go Goryo at this point. But what else can't it be? Not a Revenant, not a Hantu, not twins. It sounded kind of loud, not a Myling. Demon, we're not going to know. Unless, well, actually, Demon we technically could know. Because if it hunts quicker, which it has not. I don't think it's throwing a lot. Haven't gotten the mirror ability, not a yokai. Okay. We're going to go back in. I think Goryo is a very high possibility here. Bitch. Yeah. No, not a yokai. No, no shot. Let's turn this on. Turn this on. I don't know where my crucifix is, but F it. Oh, it's right here in my hand. Yeah, not a wraith. No, it walked in salt. My guess is Goryo. It's been hunting from the same spot every time. Probably not a banshee. I assume not, but it doesn't hurt to check. Doesn't hurt to check. How's the hunting been? It's been okay. How you been, Void? Oh, the cheat sheet's awesome. Zero did such a great job. It's so good. If you have sounds like that, just cycle through your parabolic. All of the sounds that were already there are now gone. Now you only get new sounds. Go away. Gone. Oh, probably you. And now it's not hunting for some reason. Finally said something. Jesus. Have I done an on-rail test? I don't know if I don't have, I think, what I need to do an on-rail test. You're saying? Wait, what? Hello? Excuse me. Which low evidence was less reliant on cheat sheet or having outside info? Wait, what? You wish that low evidence was less reliant on having outside info? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Hi, Ellen. All right, that could have been a big old waste of time, but we got a couple objectives. We're gonna go Goryo. It's been hunting from the same spot every time, so that's what we're basing this off of. You need 3 firelights and 1 cross? No, you need 1 firelight and a cross if you're trying to check for an Onryo, because you're talking about Onryo ability. You can still test for an Onryo with a single firelight. Shit, you can test for an Onryo with a lighter. Yeah, you don't have to just test its ability. The ability of the Onryo is that it will blow 3 firelights out and then hunt. But you can stop an Onryo from hunting by having fire near it. It will keep blowing out that fire and prioritizing that over the crucifix. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Incense. And looky there. It's almost like we knew. Stupid Goryo. Dude, I'm going to reset. If Goryo's my ghost of the day, I'm resetting the game. I swear to God. I swear to God. Yeah, Blaze, of course, dude. Why on the cheat sheet does it include the speed of the ghost when it's 50 speed? Because if anybody plays it at 50 speed, if I decide to go in here and I go to custom and I go to this custom, whatever, it doesn't matter. I go to edit, I go over to ghost, I can make the ghost speed 50%. So in the cheat sheet, you can see what that sounds like. And you have a weekly where the ghost is 50% speed. So by looking at the cheat sheet, you can figure out what that sounds like without having to guess. Yeah. So that's why things like that exist. They exist for a reason. It's not just they didn't just do that on a whim. Like, F it. We'll just see how this looks. No, it's for a reason. So a rev would be a step every 2 seconds? Ish. At 50 speed? I guess probably ish, yeah. All right, let's go back to this. Level 15. One more level to go. Yeah, one more level. Monkeys, hello. Looky, I got hooky. All right, that should do everything. What's the site that allows you to listen? Do exclamation point cheat sheet. Exclamation point cheat sheet. All right. What everything? Incense, headgear, sanity. Excuse me? Oh, it's this again. Oh. There we go. There we go. We'll get 2 of those. 2 crucifix. All right, that should be good. Yeah, there seems to be, I mean, there's obviously bugs, but if it's not working, if you're adding and it's doing nothing, disable and re-enable the loadout. It's like it like refreshes it. Yeah. I don't think that we should be expected to learn stuff like the Ure door slams without someone telling us. Well, that's the whole point of playing the game more, is that you learn about the game. You don't have to use outside resources to learn these things. You can figure them out yourself. It just is going to take you a lot longer. So when you notice all of a sudden, every time that you have a ghost that just so happens to close a exterior door, why is the ghost always a Ure whenever it shuts the exterior door and there's no event and no hunt? So you learn it's a Ure. You can learn all those things yourself, but it's going to take you a lot longer than if you look up guides on how to do things. Until when can you claim? You can claim until the end of this weekend. So you could do everything, almost everything in the game. You can figure it out. You can figure out, you can do sanity tests to figure out exactly when it hunts, when it doesn't hunt, what all the abilities are, all those things. It's a rare thing. It's going to take a lot longer. Correct, but that's any game. But expecting to go into any game and just being given all your information and handed on a plate, you have nothing to learn. You have nothing to figure out. It's all being handed to you. That makes no sense. I don't agree with that at all. At all. I like that there's puzzly things you have to figure out yourself. Yeah, I think we just have to agree to disagree on that one. Yeah. Hey, Kurtz, what's up, dude? For the rollback, bring back the event. Zero was tracking the overall rate of getting the blood moon weather using a lot of people use this sheet as well on his own. Worked it out to about 4%. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I heard, 4% as well. Data, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome in, man. I think info shouldn't be a requirement for 1 or 0 evidence. So how are you going to figure out a ghost on no evidence if you can't find abilities on any of these ghosts? If you are given no evidence, how are you going to figure out what those ghosts are? If it's a game that requires you to know evidence to narrow down the ghost, but you're not going to get evidence because you want the game to be harder, what separates these ghosts? Jay, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Kay, thank you for the dono, dude. Been binging the YouTube. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Have you tried asking the ghost? That's fair. It's a good point. Sahil, hello. You're not understanding what I'm saying. No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You're saying that there shouldn't be this massive learning curve in the game to understand what things do. But what is the point of a 0 evidence run where you're not supposed to learn what to do? Like, you can by the ghost hunting, and you know that the speed is not a normal speed, you can immediately go, oh, well, I know that it's not these guys. I know that it's not them because they're really fast or really slow. So, yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm just not getting it. A few people recently, one said they thought every single thing listed on the cheat sheet should actually be in the journal instead. So every ghost has all the info right in there. I think the reason they didn't do that is because they want you to figure it out. It's up to you if you're going and looking up the information yourself. That's on you. If you go and look up that info. But I don't think that they want this journal. I don't think they want this to just be a 500-page thing that lists every single thing that the ghost does. Maybe I don't want to learn. And you don't have to. That is the best part. You don't have to at all. You could do 3 evidence runs and just run, get the ghosty, play with friends, and then move on. That is the best part. You can play any damn way you want to. If it was in the journal, wouldn't that be evidence? Aha! Touche. It has to do with paranormal. It's supposed to be mysterious, right? Yeah. Again, agree to disagree. I think that that's definitely something I'm never going to agree with, that all information of a game should be inside of a book that you can tangibly have and then look at everything and have every single thing in front of you and know this ghost hunts at this sanity. It does it at this time. It moves from room to room like this. It goes 17 meters that way, down, left, double jump right. Like, I don't think that's necessary. Learning curve should be a little more realistic. High, low speed is learnable, but something like demons being less affected by smudges is something you only learn through streamers. No, it's something you learn by playing the game. That's the thing I think you're not understanding. It is something you learn by playing the game. Trial and error. It's not supposed to be a game that you figure out in 5 minutes. It takes a long time. It takes a really long time to figure it out. That's what makes it replayable. You learn. It's not tic-tac-toe. I've got X's, I've got O's, I've got lines, I know where they go. Like, there's a lot to this game for a reason. You take it in bite-sized pieces and go. It's not meant to be this is a smattering of shit to throw at you. I hope you figure it out on your first hunt. No, it takes a long time. A long time to figure out how to play a difficulty you unlock at level 30. Yeah, but see, you're assuming, no, I feel like we're not going to get anywhere if I continue. So we're just going to stop. I think it's just that's just a dead end. I'm just running into a brick wall, I think. Therefore, it's learnable. You'd think so. Playing for 4 years, learned a lot. I had a damn Phasmo notebook. Right. But that's on you, though. That is on you. If you want to learn it that way, you don't have to at all. That's it. Roxy's shutting the stream down. Look what you guys did now. Do you see what you did? Roxy's going to turn this stream around, damn it. Streamers and those who put together the guides have taken the time to figure it out. It's learnable, but right. Yeah. How do you learn the recoil patterns when you're playing Call of Duty? Do you learn those by just someone giving you a book or something that says this is how it is? Or is it you figure it out yourself or somebody teaches you what it is? They don't tell you what all those things are. You figure them out. I love that. It's fun things to figure out in the game. I'd love to be able to add things I learned. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, a little spot in the journal that like you can make notes or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I have seen that mentioned before. I like that idea a lot. I don't know where you would do it. I don't know. Anywho. Can't play the game by yourself. It's all in due time, man. All in due time. Trying to learn the game right now. The game audio is giving me panic attacks. Sorry. My B. That is my B. All right. Let's go back in. How come Rocket League doesn't teach us to wave dash and air dribble in the training? I don't know. Craziness. Love Tanglewood. Tanglewood's a great map. Anybody that ever asks what map to start on, I always say that Tanglewood and Willow are two of your best maps to get a fresh start. Absolutely. 100%. $1,000,000%. Yeah, Willow's great. I love Willow. Found YouTube, not gonna lie, make me always go back to the game and try solo runs. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Well, I hope the solo games have been treating you well. If we get another Goryo, I'm resetting my game. Just fun fact. Stardew Valley. There's so much random info in the game you can figure out yourself, but there's full wiki, right? Because you don't want to spend hours and hours and hours figuring out yourself, right? Right. Who else eats into the Oh, you mean Hot Pockets? Sometimes. That's they. That's fast AF. I'm pretty sure this is a Thay. Nice. Door touch. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. So the difference between a... Oh, wow, you jerk. I was using the light for there. The difference between a Thay and a Moroi... So I'm on 0 evidence, 0 sanity, right? The 0 sanity and the ghost being fast is the important part here. The Moroi is faster when... Is this actually in the journal for that part? The weaker the victim, the stronger the Moroi. So, shush, I'm not answering. So, when your sanity is lower, the Moroi is faster. It is faster. So, it is really close to that speed. The big difference between these two, though, if you can't recognize the really slight difference in speed, is that the Moroi speeds up with line of sight. This one does not. So, if you're all the way across the damn high school hallway or something, and the Thay sees you, it's not going to get faster than it is, because the way the Thay slows down is by aging. And how do you age a Thay? The more time you spend near it, it ages. So I'm pretty sure that's a Thay. Hopefully I'm not getting duped here, but that sounded fast AF. So we're going for it. Why do I have a crucifix? Because I don't want the ghost to spawn directly on top of me. I think I have like a 1 second grace period or something like that. I think. No, it's not a mimic. You shush your butts. It's not a mimic. It didn't seem to speed up. Yeah, but I didn't give it a lot of time. It was really fast. I thought that the speed seemed Thay-ish. Yeah. I thought so. Sanitai. Where are you? Actually, I guess we could do now. I could do a full loadout. There we go. Bang. I knew. I thought they aged in hunts. I thought that they aged in... Hold on. I'm so sorry. This freaking goo. I can't even think. We were talking about that in partner chat. I'm like, bro, I can't even think when I'm near this thing. I thought that they aged in hunts. No, the Thay ages when you're near it. So, with every 1 to 2 minutes that you spend near a Thay, you'll age it. The Thay can age 10 times. You can actually track that by looking at the abilities used, because it will never be more than 10 for the Thay inside of the abilities stats. So every time you age it, it gets a little bit slower and slower and slower, to the point where you can just loop it. You can loop a Thay and it just can't get you. Yeah. Fizzle, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, of course. Of course. All right. We now have all of our tier 1 stuff. So I could do normal maps now because we have all of our things. I could do some Blood Moon stuff too. It's not, I mean, it's just for the hell of it, I guess, because the Blood Moon points aren't going to mean squat. What's the November count? That. An old Thay just feels, but hey, that's not nice for the old Thay. Okay. They have feelings too. Get the bonus? The bonus? What do you mean the bonus? Oh, the 10%. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. We absolutely could. Let's do that. Yeah, I like it. I dig. Oh, I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I totally understand. I understand. The UI is just better. Just ready for it to be gone, man. But there it is. I don't know if they're going to end up changing this. I really hope that they change that to put the year on it. I really hope that they do. I hate you. I hate you. Do you get a 10% bonus on random blood moons on different maps yet? I think you do. I could get confirmation from others about that. I'm pretty sure that if you just so happen to like run into a blood moon map that like you're on Tanglewood, then all of a sudden it's blood moon, that you will get 10% for it being a blood moon. I think so. We've I don't remember looking when I got Edgefield. No, not Edgefield. Where was I? Camp Woodwind. I had Camp Woodwind. I don't remember looking. Why is it so loud? That thing? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm gonna have to hear it for like another 24 hours this weekend. All right. Well, let's get some more blood moon stuff in while we can I mean, okay, the benefit to this right now is that we can guarantee a blood moon, because whenever the event goes away, the blood moon is like a 4% chance or something. They kind of guesstimated to get it. So it's not going to be available in customs, not yet anyway, but this way we can at least guarantee we can play it. Had anything early because I had an appointment. Oh, I understand. I did that not too long ago. I had to end a run that I was doing because I had to go to do something. Yeah. Hey, Ice, I'm good. How are you? All right. Tier 1. Let's rock. See a little speed run in there. Get us back up to where we need to be. Yeah. Will the blood moon only be on the 4 maps? No, it's available right now on all the maps. It's just only by chance that you're going to get it. Now, because of the event, we have some guaranteed maps. You have Willow, you have Edgefield, you have Grafton, and you have Point Hope. All of those are blood moon. Yeah, you're welcome. So console players have not, well, I guess some of them might have. If they played on it before they re-added this back, then you might have had a chance to play on the maps without them being blood moon. Maybe. Maybe. All right. Want to play Willow without blood moon? Dude, I get it, man. Willow's my fave. I love Willow. I freaking love it. Ham! Ham! I want to see the Grinch. Oh, shit. I didn't turn that off. I'm sorry. Ham, thank you for the subs, dude. Oh, boy. All right. Well, I owe you guys... Yep. I owe you a bad wheel, and we'll do that after this game. All right. Now, our sanity... Oh, shit. That's right. I'm on... Wait. What? Did I put this on... Did I put this on Nightmare? Did I? Wait a minute. Is this my custom? I kind of want to try it. Don't remember. Oh my god. Fizzle, thank you for the biddies. Do you have the boards? No. No. All right. Well, this is useless. It's my custom. Oh, F it, man. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Maybe we'll get lucky. Try the switch. Yeah. Motion parabolic and witness a ghost event. All right, let's rock. I might get insta-eated, but we're going to try anyway. So red. What do you mean? Oh my god, no, Caitlin, it's interesting. This is when we find out if it's the custom or not. Yeah, I don't remember. I think it is. Is this normal blood moon? It sounds like a normal blood moon. I can't tell if you're a djinn or not. Oh, that was so hard to tell. That was so hard to tell if she sped up or not. Her little feet are so fast. She has little fast feet. I was late on that timer too, but we should be okay. Let's get this. It's pretty fast. I think it was normal though. Like, why is this here? Why are you here? You're useless to me. Actually, let's take this. This. Here. Hey. F them shoes? Oh, we will. Oh, we will. Need you. Need you. I need you. Run. Run. Totem still work for photo? Yeah, it should. I don't see why not. Oh, there's something else I wanted to do. Oh, the blood moon might actually help this. Who's patient 7? She's patient 7. But speaking of patient 7, F these shoes. What does she have to do with them? Absolutely nothing. All right. We have crucifixes for safety. Okay. My timer is up. And I even started late, so lazy hunter. Possible Sperate. Damn it. Never mind. Oh no. Is she crawling? Okay. So, broke her back. That poor lady. That poor lady. Walked in the salt, so she's not a Wraith. I'm pretty sure it's a normal speed ghost. The blinks look pretty normal. We could check for it again. We could check for it again. You don't think it is, bro? About what equipment you like? It is literally what you prefer. Yeah. Like, people see me using tier 1 incense. No. No, wait, what? Personal preference. I like tier 1 for everything. And the answer you gave him was, I don't think so, bro. What? He's not answering your question. I think he is. Do you have to throw the incense at the ghost? No, it's just a habit. The reason that we will light the incense and then run through the ghost is there's a hope that the ghost is going to continue that direction. It doesn't always happen that way. Doesn't always happen that way. Okay. I'm going to do another hunt and then I'm going to go open some doors. That sounded aggressive. I thought I just heard like an aggressive door shut. No, any smudge is accurate for testing for a more... What? Which is the one to use for accuracy? Whichever one you prefer. That goes to she wants us. She wants our body. I'm not for it. I've got a sneaky that this might be a Ure. What ghost can shapeshift? An Obake or a mimic that is mimicking an Obake? Yeah, one of the either or. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. Foxy! Chat needs to be smudged. Yeah, maybe. What about mimicking and mimicking and mimicking? 12. I hope that answered your question. I've heard throughout the community that 2 of them don't work as well. So this is okay, but you're telling him that he's wrong, but now you're saying it's something you heard somebody that told their sister's roommate about the uncle down at the gas station that knew a guy that they said that it's this. You're upsetting Pam. Look how mad she is. It's the damn blood moon. I gotta get off this map. Sisters, dogs, uncles, parrot said so. That's right. Moved a lot of stuff. I think so. Hey, are you a Ure? Can you do Ure things? That's weird. Hence my question. Yes, but you're also telling him he's wrong. When he said it's all preference and he's answering, and then you told him he's wrong. You can't ask for help and then be like, well, that's wrong. That's not how that works. I think the correct response would be, oh, well, let me go check that. I can't see her. She's crawling. Spaceballs, yes. What's that make us? Absolutely nothing. And that's what you're gonna be. I think a better response. So you're trying to tell him that his response is incorrect by him saying it's all preference. Do you understand? I think we need to learn how to ask questions in a manner better than asking a question and then telling someone they're wrong and then telling them that they should have responded to you in a certain way. Like, does that not compute? Like, does that not register? Is that not coming through? Hey, what color is this? What's that color? Well, that's wrong. What you should have said. Fuck. Listen, dude, I have 3 kids. I have a lot of patience. If you wear my patience thin, that says something. It's not pink. You should have said Sam. Shit. I don't even know. I kind of want to. I just want to guess the ghost at this point. No. You know what? We're gonna smudge. I'm gonna try to get the parabolic. We're gonna try. No, I appreciate you guys. You guys are just your gems. You know, just absolute gems. Jesus Christ. Are we did yes, cabin, yes. Absolutely we are. Excuse you, don't you flickery doodah. I'm not ready for you yet, Pamela. I could try to do a yokai test. Whoops. No, you are. Gems. Some more polished than the... It's spicy, man. It's the blood moon. It's the weekend. Oh my god. Pulte. Yeah, I could do a Pulte line. Oh my god, I hate you. God damn it, Break. You're lucky it's your birthday. You get a pass. Oh no. Oh, you suck such butthole. couldn't do an actual test. So hiding here? Nope. Yep. Would you do something to make yourself obvious, damn it? Hey! Fizzle! Hello? Oh, is this your room? Pamela. Pam Jam. All right, we found her room. We found her room. Fizzle, thank you for the subs, dude. We're getting that Grinch. Hey. Goreo, maybe. It has been coming from the same area, and we have been getting nothing but Goreos. Read her diary? How dare you? Threaten to read her diary? You make me sick. You make me sick. Taz, I have no idea, friend. Uh-oh. Hi. I was gonna go check for hiding spots. Okay. Never mind. She used to call me on my phone. Hey. They're all blocked. Ham! Thank you for the gift sub. Jesus! Another singing event? No way. Are you a banshee? No shot. No shot. No shot. Run. Hey, stop it. Oh my God. Okay. We're gonna try it this way. And absolutely pray. Absolutely pray. Never mind. Oh, we have ads coming. Oh my God. I snoozed them as long as I could, friends. God damn it. I just hate it here so much. So goddamn much. If I die, it was worth it. Is that next to me? I can't hear jack shit. Oh, you son of a bitch. bless the farts down in Africa. Great. Uh-oh. Should have taken her call. Yeah. She's pissed. She's pissed. Run away. Oh my God. Witch, thank you for the biddies. Ham. Oh my God. Uh-oh, stinky. Oh my God. And she just cut the breaker. What a sack of shit. Ah, I feel like I've got to go for it, man. Oh yeah, cabin for sure. I'm not switching to anything else. Yeah. I mean, I do still have another smooge, I guess. The issue here. The issue here. I'm not riding the stair slide. That's reserved for Phoenix. What do I use? Oh, you son of a bitch. What do I use to record my video? I use Premiere Pro when I edit. Dude, come on. Come on. Do the Banshee thing, you nerd. Oh my God, PSU, shut up. I've tried DaVinci Resolve. I just don't prefer it. I've used it for coloring before. For the day job. I kind of want to go Banshee and dip. Kind of want to go Banshee. Color grading's good. Yeah. The unfortunate part is that we use Adobe, so the workflow just doesn't make sense for me. My day job, I'm a cinematographer and a video editor. I've been a professional video editor for 7 years. Roger that, Tika. I'm going Banshee. Yeah. Oh, actually, the ads are about to start. Oh, good. Perfect timing. Even if we don't get it, that's okay. We'll be back here to do it. That's perfect timing. Shit, it wasn't Ure. I hate it here. I'm running ads. That's it. I'm done. How many times did I hear it? How many times did I hear it? 4 times. Son of a bitch. I should have went with my instincts. Mistakes were made. I should have went with my instincts, but it was acting like a banshee. It was acting like a banshee. It was only one time that I heard what sounded like a door slam. And it was muffled because it was on another floor. And I thought, oh, this, okay, that makes sense. God damn it. At least it wasn't another Goryo. Yeah. I guess that's a good way of looking at it. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. Before I do anything, get out of here. Get out of here. Very unintentional. We're going to go back to Edgefield. I didn't mean to do that. We did not mean to do a 10-12. We weren't ready. Oh, bad wheel. Oh, yeah. We can do that while the ads are happening. Yeah. Yeah. Boop. Does the Goryo have a tell? Just not changing rooms. Honestly, man. Rose soda? I don't know, man. I've been able to dodge them every time. So I did have an idea, though. I did have an idea. I would need to make another wheel for it, which would not be that bad. My idea was that if we just so happen, Rage, thank you for the biddies, friend. Hello. It's not rigged. It is not rigged. You shut up. That whatever I get on this first spin, if I have to spin this again, I remove it. So if I did have to spin this again, Bean Boozled would be gone. The spicy and the soda would be there. Just, I think that's what I'm going to do. So that way it can't be the same thing over and over again. You know? I don't think the ads are ever actually going to play. They're supposed to, but they haven't. If I see them pop up, we're going to hit them. It's been locked on 0 seconds for like 10 minutes. Streamer lock. I'll take it. Where are they? Oh, they're up there. They've been locked down for... Should put something good for yourself. No, that's what no, that's okay. No. The good wheel is for you guys. The wheels are for you guys. They're not for me. The only thing that's for me is the bad stuff. That's it. Oh, Juju, you're fine. No worries. What sodas do I have? Let's see. I have pickle, bacon, corn, pumpkin, peanut butter jelly, buffalo, enchilada, black olive. I don't know if you heard me. Okay, I've had them all, friend. All right, here we go. Now ads are about to start. All right, if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, don't worry. We're going to wait for you. I'm just going to eat some beans. Pickle sounds kind of good. None of them are good. Literally none of them. Yeah, they sound good. That's a bold-faced lie. They're all terrible. Oh, that's stinky socks. Uh-huh. Juju, I think my senses have gotten stronger, and I don't know why, and it's really unfortunate because I can taste a lot of it. Canned dog food? Ugh. Yummy. Looks enjoyable? Yeah, it's funny because it's not. It's not at all. Ugh. All right, minute and a half left of ads, and then we'll be back. Still stuck in my teeth. Oh my God. Speed, thank you for the biddies. It's so bad. It's so bad. I hate it. I hate it here. So for those that were unaware, tomorrow and Sunday, I'm going to be streaming for 12 hours each day. We met our goal last month, so I said that if we did, that I would do 2 12-hour streams. So here they are. We are paying up. So I'm probably going to start around like 8 a.m. my time. Why can't Dinosaur clap? I don't know. Why can't they clap? All the coffee. They're extinct. Why are you this way? What about 124? I've done them. I've done them. We'll bring one back. We'll bring one back at another time. But this was just a little change of pace. The nice thing about doing it this way is that I can actually spend time with the family when I'm done my first stream. Yeah. Yeah. Turn off the music. Listen, it just had some extra attention. That's all. What level am I? Uh, 17. Are you tired of the Blood Moon event? Yep. I sure am. Again, it's an in-between, man. I'm happy that people are going to get to log in to claim their rewards, which is awesome, because some people that did a lot of the event, they didn't have time like in the 2 to 3 day span to claim. So I get it. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. But I really wish they would have added it back with no sound of that thing. If they would have added it back with no sound of this, I would have been fine with it. But yeah, there's multiple of us that are like, yeah, I have to, if I'm talking to you guys or anything, I have to walk away from that fucking thing because it's so loud. And all I hear is goo sounds. And when you have misophonia, it sucks. Santa personally comes down the chimney and haunts your house. No, it's going to be Santa coming down the chimney, just eating cookies in your ears. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ugh. You hate being sick. Have you thought about stopping? I hope you feel better, I know. All right, we are going back. My brightness is all the way up. All the way up. All right, Nightmare, Edgefield, Blood Moon, go. I wish, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, I want to say it's that time of year, but yeah, sickness does seem to be on the rise. The Rona, oh, feel better. Base boosting crunch. No, my daughter had pneumonia. Freaking apparently that's going around in children. So be careful, SpongeBob. 3 kids, 2 in school, and it's going around. Yep. Yep. Do I recommend playing on max? Max brightness? The nice thing about the max brightness, especially for me in stream, is that you guys can see better. That was the whole reason I did this. Because I used to play on lower brightness. But if I played on lower brightness, this is how dark it is. And I can play that way, and it's fine. But look how much better you guys can see and I can see like this. How do when you're 3? Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely not safe when you're younger. Strep has been going around too. Awesome. Can't see exactly. Eggs and Zachary. Oh, what do we have? Michael Gacy. Brothers. Witness to Ghost event, capture photo, parabolic. Let's go. It defaults to 80. Ugh, gross. Why would it default to 80? My coworker won't stop. What? Won't stop whatting to you? Hello, beautiful. You have a music box. Lovely, lovely. Oh, they're trying to talk to you. Oh, just start sneezing a lot. Any bone? Start sneezing a lot. Wipe your face on your sleeve. That should deter them for a little bit. Night, David. I play max brightness because I'm that blind. But I mean, this is max brightness and look how bright it is. I mean, it's like doable. So fair enough. I mean, listen, I'm blind too, but can I play Point Hope in the next game? We probably could. Tips for the music box. Make sure that your sanity is not so low that that box is going to break the second you turn it on. Hey, what's up, Tom? Goo. Are you here? Or are you here? think you're here. Oh, don't you do it! Noni. Where are you at, brethren? Oh, whatever. I'll be back. Classic pillow skull. Sparkle! Oh my god. Just had an awesome stream. Let's go! How'd it go, princess? Ghost fat? Yeah, because of that ghost fat, we know it's not Noni. Do this. Do a little chug-a-lug. What's a ghost favorite dessert? Ice cream. Listen, we're gonna start banning people. Let's be very clear. I swear to God. Why has the blood moon been extended? So more people can get their trophies and whatnots and doohickeys. You heard it, chat? Oh my God. Is that through the wall? I'm confuzzled. I don't know if you're actually in here or not. I might be setting up in the wrong room. I just heard something over there. Please don't kill me. Any durs? No durs? What the? Yeah, I think it's here. Let's go get some crucifixes. Let's go get some crucifixes. Twins? Ah, I don't know. I'm not sold on twins. Not yet. Just because it was active in one area right next door to the other area. Right. Put that one there. It's eating stuff. Get a book in there. Get some dots. The camerato. Oh, you Lorby mother... We were just in here looking for orbs. I hate it here. How can you see out of the tiny screen? Squinting. By squinting, you can see out of that little tiny screen. Blade orbs. Yeah, classic. Classic ghosty. It's all nightmares, so it could be hiding certain pieces of evidence, so we want to be careful. It hurts physically. Come on, do the ting. Do the ting. We're gonna grab a smudge. We're gonna grab a smudge. I need a photo and a parabolic. You know what? It's gonna show up. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna show up and we're gonna get a photo. Easy peasy. Possibly spirit box. Let's go find out. Hopefully, I have a feeling that did not replenish enough. Oh, it did. I can't even take any more. Ghost, I'm here for your photo. Hello? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you here? No freezing. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Goryo's out of the question. So if it is dots, it's going to show up in our face. Where are you? Okay, you stubborn piece of shit. He's taking no. No, he's not. We're going to go get some motion sensors. The motion sensors are wonderful. It allows you to track the ghosty. And right now, we're not exactly sure where it is. It's going between rooms. A lot. So, put one there. We put one there. Put one there. Let's go get another one. Do footprints count as ultraviolet evidence? Yes, they do. They didn't used to. It used to be called fingerprints. So footprints were just something you just got from the ghost to get more pictures. But they changed it so that it is ultraviolet, so they both count now. Which, rightfully so, it should. It absolutely should. Let's get the other motion sensor. Like this. We'll bring another smudge. There we go. Sound sensors for lulz? I could. I don't want to lay the salt down because I don't know exactly where it is. Jesus. Okay, it's in this room. Make sure, double check. It's touching the door. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Nothing. No writing. I could go get the other book. You see how it's setting that one off, so we know that it's in here. We know that it's here. It threw a shoe. My God. Blondie. Ghosty, please. What are you hiding from us, homie? Bro, how does smudge stick work? Well, bro, what you do, bro, is you light the incense by having a lighter or maybe matches on you. And whenever you light it, depending on if the ghost is hunting or not, if the ghost is not hunting, you can stop it for hunting for an extended period of time. If it is hunting, you blind it for a certain amount of time. Bro. Not a wraith, not a wraith. %, no footies. Oh my God. It's freezing. Rev Yuri Hanto Onryo. Rev Yuri Hanto Onryo. Quick little Onryo test. We're going to try to get the Onryo ability and not die. As long as the ghost gets the picture of the not die part, that'd be cool. That'd be groovy. No, my luck could be a Ure. It hasn't done any slams. We've been up here the whole time. Come on and slam. Does like that door. Actually, no. If it's a Ure, we want to have that open. Okay. Non-Rio. Do I have enough time? I do. Awesome. Laundry's done. All right, so. Negative. Rev, Yuri, Hantu. Rev, Yuri, Hantu. Did I see what the cursed was by chance? Anyone remember? Pepperidge Farm members. Oh, music box. Oh, yeah. No, it's not. What sound was that? Nothing. It was nothing. Might have been something that we clipped of Coach and made a blurb out of it. I don't know. I'm just saying. What are the odds I die here? That's a Hantu or a Mimic. It sounds the same speed though, and it sounds slow. For a blood moon? You, dude. Rude. All right, I'm gonna go get the other smudges. We're gonna have it hunt again, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shut off the breaker. It found me. Why? Why do they always... Their sense of smell is so good. Yeah, the power's on. It should be. Yeah, so we're gonna go kick it off. Could be a rev at regular speed. You think so? A rev doesn't become that fast, does it? The mimic. Oh, that's right. F these shoes. Oh, yeah. That's what we were doing wrong. My sanity should be low enough. I hope it's low enough from that music box, but I guess we'll see. Seemed fast for a rev. I think so too. Who throws a shoe? Everybody that's in this spot, because F those shoes. It's just something it's something extra funny now because people will go into Mel's stream and they'll tell her, hey, you got to make sure you throw the shoes. And when it first started, she was like, why? What do you mean? Well, Flash throws the shoes. I originally threw them because we were curious if it actually meant something, because the ghost somehow would always come to this spot for no reason. It can't see you. It would just wander over here. So I was like, I wonder if the shoes are like pushing us out of the spot or something and the ghost can see us. So like, you know what? I'm going to start moving them every time I do it. And now everybody just tells her to move the shoes. And now it's just a thing to F those shoes. My grandma always threw the shoes, so I could... Exactly, that's right. Damn straight. We're sitting in the dark, so hopefully our sanity is draining enough. Oh, the crucifixes. Oh, yikes. Tom also throws the shoes. See? It's tradition. JJ, thank you for the biddies. Does Music Box have another purpose, or is it just to cause a cursed hunt? No, you can use it to cause an event. These shoes suck. You can cause an event. You can have the ghost walk in salt, because you can put salt down wherever the music box is going. You can start a hunt. You can use the tier 3 crucifix to have the ghost eat the crucifix when it does the cursed hunt. Lots of stuff you can do with it. I like the music. It's a bop. But these shoes suck. Man, haven't heard that in a long time. Holy shit. That's the same guy that did the muffins video. Anyone remember that? Can help find the ghost, absolutely. You can use it to grenade your friends. It's another good use for it. Kelly's shoes. There we go. There was one. Hold on. I'm gonna go run up there. I just heard it. I heard the boom. Hey, have these shoes. Where's it at? Oh, it ate both of them. Well, shit. Here, I'm gonna take it. These are my sticks. Gotta sleep because I've been watching the stream at 4:30. Charlie. Choco chip. Boysenberry. I'm just tired of hearing it. All right, it was fun. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, we saw the breath. We sensed the breath. Oh, F that parabolic. I don't even care. What time do I start? So normally, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30, Sunday at 1. But this weekend, I will be streaming basically all weekend because of us reaching our goal last month. So tomorrow, yeah, thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow I'll be starting at 8. 8 my time. All right. On to. That's right. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Thank you, Cheney.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Sorry. I don't know what's come over me. All your spiciness has you guys are wearing off on me. Are you aiming to get tier 2 items now or just going to play? Well, I want to get tier 2. I mean, I'm definitely not going to get there tonight. To get all of tier 2, look how many levels I've got to get. Which I could do some of the runs tomorrow for sure. Yeah, we got to get to level 49, I think. 49 and we unlock all of tier 2. But if I'm starting at 8 and we're starting with Phaz, I'll do some regular runs, some fast runs, all that jazz. Set some Point Hope. Yeah, I'm not done yet. No. I said I would do Point Hope. We'll do Point Hope. I ain't dunst yet. Just to have a nice, comfy, cozy run, though, we're going to do a pro run. Because why? Because I want to. No, thank you, Song. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. We don't run ads. We're fine.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough
Night,
one.
Sparkle.
Reports of violence, and it looks like
The herd Point Hope had to come back for one more. I appreciate you. Oh, Crystal, I'm sorry. That's freaking annoying. All right. Well, at least we can see where the power is. We're doing it a comfy, cozy. Kevin Barber. Ghost event. Repel EMF. Where's our juice? It is on the floor with the master bedroom. Roger that. Roger that. And it's bloody. You doing any lockdown during this week? I plan on it. 'Tis the plan, friend. When? I'm not sure. Have I mentioned anything to anyone? Nope. We're just gonna go on we're just gonna wing it. We're just gonna wing it. Can it see you behind the shower door? No, but the ghost seems to travel there a lot. Lethal with crowd control? Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe. Actually, you know what? I haven't done lethal. I don't know about with crowd control. That might make it pretty crazy. I'm still convinced the twins have a certain voice on the spirit box. Well, I can guarantee you 1,000,000% that they don't. If that helps you at all. Janelle, hello. We've heard nothing so far. We ain't heard squat. We ain't heard squat. See a bone on the stairs. You might have. 'Tis possible. Unless you saw candles or something. Probably crazy. I was crazy once. Hi, Bruce. Wait a minute. Does that start tipped over? It might. The temps aren't changing. It must. Yeah. All right. Sometimes. Yeah, Janelle, they extended the gurgle. It hath been extended. Are you all the way up here? No. Do you have to boop the shark? Yeah. You don't say hi to Bruce. Are you even doing it right? The ghost might be lower. It's just... I haven't noticed. I'm hearing nothing. Look at it. Isn't it so pretty? Look at all the blood. Sanity's probably tanked. Ghost probably can find us at this point. Any ghost that can spam airball event. Happened to me 3 times like 20 seconds. A Thay might do it. Thays are pretty active. It's got to be lower, right? Shade, maybe. If you have too many lights on, does it trip? It trips the breaker. Yeah. Pink is a mile long. Wow, dude. I'm sensitive. You're going to be talking about your pinky. Wait a minute. You're here. Go! He's you know what's really funny? Look who it is. Look where he is. Butcher's over there by the oven. Wonder what he's making. Cooking up some ribs. Cooking up some ribs. For once, it's not at the top. I know. After I've gone all the way through the map, look at my sanity now. Son of a bitch. Right. Let's get some evidence up there now that we know where it officially is. We've had a singing event, so we do need to remember that. Look at that. Got an event. We got EMF. We're rocking. We're rocking, dude. It's true. Ooh, Orbeez. Herbs and spices. Face it that way. Let's face it that way. Put you there. Oh, it's freezing. There we go. There we go. Myris, thank you for gifting to Pan. Thank you for the gifted sub, friend. Making me some fresh sausage. Ugh. All right, do this, do this. Check this real quick. We have orbs, we have freezing. This one was a comfy pro. This one's a comfy pro. You know how the floor that has the pool table also has the chest that you can move pieces on? They should have made it so you could play chess with the ghost, and if you lost, it started a hunt or it drained your sanity. It would have been pretty neat, just a cool little interaction thing. Randomly, if you like moved one of the chess pieces. Oh, was that dots? That it would also move one of the chess pieces. That would actually been pretty cool. Did I see dots? I think I might have. Oh my god. Yeah, there it goes. It's a freaking Ure, dude. Come on, brother. Son of a bitch. Throwing a lot. Yeah, pretty active Ure. What an absolute turd burglar. Don't need any of that. No, it's a Ure. I saw the dots in the back. I sensed it. Oh, I sensed it. Bones right inside the first room as well. Oh, what? Wait, was it? All right. Well, you're walking around back there a lot. I have a feeling if I do back here, we'll get it. Hey. It was very safe of you. Has it done a door slam? There's nowhere for it to do it. Oh, there it is. It doesn't have any doors to actually do the Ure slam. That's the problem. Are they going to make another map? They surely are. When it's going to be released? I don't know. Eventually. All right. But this guy... I never saw what the cursed possession was, did I? Sag. Sag. Gonna make more equipment. Yeah, if you check the Trello, you can see that they're adding a sound recorder. No walkies? Oh, come on, dude. You've thrown so much shit over here. Hello? Hello? JJ, thank you for the biddies. Yo. Yo, where you at? I'll play you some music. Ghost, are you friend or are you angry? Which one are you? Are you pissed because I turned this off? Here, I'll fix it. There you go. Don't want the place to smell like sausage. Ba, 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 ba. Nothing. So we're just giving up, huh? That's how this is gonna go. Just kick the power. Oh, you jerk. Is it possible? Hold on. It wouldn't make sense for it to be possible. Oh, I'm never gonna be able to pick this up, am I? Hold on. If the ghost is in dot state and you switch from dot pen to photo cam, can you get a dot photo that way? No? Have you tried? No, it didn't throw the notebook. It closed the blinds. It wants some private time with us. Haven't seen it? All right. Oh, you son of a bitch. All right, this is going to be difficult. No, let the light in. Stop it. Over there, flippery doodon switches. Bitch. Anything can be anything can be an album cover. Shit, he's never, you know what? F this. That's our hiding spot. You tall jerk. What's the objective? We gotta repel it and all that jazz, but nah. I did prestige. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Listen, a dub is a dub. We only have so much money. I could go for a perfect game, do all that jazz, but no, it's getting late.
Welcome back. This job's ready for you.
Hey, tier 2 flashlight. That's an upgrade. And we only have to listen to that for another 2 days. Yippee. All right. Tell Phoenix, I thought you said you were ending early. I am. Ow. I am. We're going to call it there. All right. Friends, we have some streaming to do this weekend. I'm going to be live again at 8 a.m. Eastern time. 8 a.m. Eastern. In about 8 hours and 14 minutes, I will be live again. So, we got to get some rest. Got to hang out with the wifey for a bit. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will be live again. Appreciate you, friends. Let's go find someone to raid. We are level 19. We got to get some levels tomorrow, man. We got to floor it. Izu. Appreciate you, friend. Dun, dun, dun. Sense coffee in the near future. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you guys are here for the first time and you're not already in the Discord, my Discord link is here and the rest of my socials are there, friends. Let us... But I appreciate you, friends. Thank you, thank you. As for the schedule for this weekend, I have not made one. I kind of purposely didn't because I want to just go with the flow. If we're feeling like we want to change it up and play a different game, we're going to play a different game. If I have some of my midnight friendos available, then they'll join. Yep. Yep. I appreciate it, Diesel. No break. No, that's not what that means. Always. Thank you, Juju. Appreciate you. Let's look. Thank you, Cozy. Appreciate your friend. Good night, Fluffy. Thank you, thank you. Bop, bop, skibidi bop, 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 bop. Actually, you know what? Hold on. You know what? Because he's playing this game, this is gonna be funny as shit. Friends, if you are following, the first message is for you. If you're sub, the second one's for you. My little creepy tier 3s, the next one is for you. We're gonna raid. He's currently playing Hairdresser Simulator. Chiba, one of our amazing friends, another streamer on Midnight Society who mainly plays horror games. He's playing Hairdresser Simulator. So we should let him know how he's doing. But I will see you guys bright and early for some more shenanigans. Thank you, friends. Much love. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the subs. This is where our monthly is. We are getting there. We are creeping there. You just sit in the chat cabin. You don't have to do anything. Yep. It's fun. I've played it. He's probably having a blast. He's doing such a great job. But I appreciate you guys. He's probably going to be ending soon anyway. So that's okay. We'll just follow him along. But friends, thank you for everything. Thank you for the laughs. The interesting chat experiences we've had tonight. Holy shit. I need to ignore more. I read too much sometimes. I read way too much. But thank you for all the bits. Thank you guys for all the follows, all the amazing follows. Thank you for watching the videos. I'm going to try my best to see if I can have a video out tomorrow. Even though we'll be live all day. So watch the tubes for tomorrow. I plan on having a video. All right, friends, we're out. I will see you tomorrow for more stuff and things, shenanigans. Bye. Peace.